You ready for the finale, fuckers? Are you ready for the finale? Twitch says something happens if you cheer 100. Thank you for the 100 cheer. Shit. What the fuck? Twitch lied. MRL, I know you're joking partially, but come on. You just have to accept it. Twitch lied, but I still got $1, so I don't see the problem here. Third Apollo Justice game? Same. Spirit of Justice is one of my favorite games of the trilogy. That game goes wild. I'm excited for Koba. Fire Chief, you gotta. We're gonna finish this shit now. This shit's also high. Oh wait, you probably played this one already. Maybe you have to transit home still? Well, I'm sorry, but if I want to beat this game on time, I needed to start an hour early. Alright, who needs a refresher on the case so far, chat? Also, this was redeemed. My tail camera. Give us a text summary? No, I'm not going to give you a text summary. In fact, I don't even know if I can give you a summary. A lot's fucking happened in this case so far. I know what I am, Binding of Isaac Addict. You got a problem with that, Stevish? Hello, darling. How are you? No, MRL, you know my opinion on AI is horrible, is negative. You'll clip the explanation. A lot more has happened since then, Oario. So we'll do a new explanation. We'll figure it out. Regardless, we should probably get started. After we listen to this song a bit. We're getting near the end, motherfucker. We're gonna be hearing this song, and it's gonna really be the final one. Hello, Lolo. How are you? Turnabout ablaze. All right, time to give a brief summary on everything that's happened so far, chat, before we get started. So, this case started with pretty much, it's related to every single other case to some degree. So, I just got to figure out where the best place to start. So, Francisca is investigating a smuggling ring, and her smuggling ring investigation has brought her here. The smuggling ring seems to be smuggling a ink import that is used to create counterfeit checks, which is going wild in the country of Zhengfa. And this ink is known as Babalese ink, and it's basically the core of the smuggling ring, because it's used to make these counterfeit bills right here. So, and on the other side, we, Kay and Edgeworth, are hunting the fake Yatagarasu, also known as Callista Yu, a character from a case 7 years ago who killed Kay's father and other such things. Now, cut to the present, and we know that we cut forward to the present, and we know that a letter or a calling card of the Yatagarasu was sent to the embassy of two countries known as Alabast and Babal. You guys following me right now? Honestly, this might not be a good idea for me to do right now because a lot of people are going to be joining later. And when they join later, they're not going to be on top of what I just said. So essentially, we're in this country, and then shit happened. 2 people died, a fire was off, and people claim to have seen the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu ended up being a shadow that was created in advance. There's probably an accomplice on both sides of the country. Entering the countries isn't easy. And we have now, for the murder of Conan, or whatever his name was. Can you actually use your brain? To some degree. Manny Kochin was murdered, and the current suspect of Manny is Sheena, who is the partner of Shilong Lang. So Sheena is our current suspect because of the fact that she was in the room next door when the murder happened, and we found a secret passage There's a secret passage from the murder room into that room. So she's the most sus right now. And we're basically going to be going to confront her right now. And that's what's happening in the plot. Agent Lang. Lang Z says, little cubs, never do they know the real fury of the elder wolves. These quotes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. And what does that mean? It means that you'll never really know how angry I can get. Mr. Prosecutor, the counterfeit bills made with Balbadi's ink. They were all of Zhangfei denominations. Yes, so I heard from Miss Von Karma. But we don't know where the play money has gone. They must not have figured out that it was all burned yet. Ever since those things showed up in circulation, my country's economy has taken a big hit. Zhangfa is in financial chaos as we speak. Because we can't tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes. But it's not just the money. The citizens are also worried. I've staked the honor in the House of Lang on this, and have come to this land to capture the mastermind behind this whole mess. I investigated how the bills were made and how the ink was smuggled into Zhangfa. And I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got to him first. And now I'm called to return home without a single answer! Agent Lang, don't start. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Ambassador Alba, I'm sorry for all the trouble tonight. Oh, no. It's I who apologize. It was all because I was not strong enough. If only I was able to think of a better solution. Perseus, you fool! Curse your empty brain! You're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. I take full responsibility for tonight. End of story. Sheena, let's go. Time to return to our den. Yes. I don't like to admit it. There's not much else for us to do but to go home as well. Agent Lang, a moment of you. Hold it. Ooh, Wolfman and the Secretary Lady. Hold it! Objection, pal! What are you doing, Gumshoe? What are you doing, Gumshoe? My man, what are you doing? He's trying to be the hero. He's trying to be the hero. He's telling all the words true. Detective Gumshoe, have you got the results of the handwriting analysis already? Yep, and that note was definitely written by Mr. Cochin, sir. Just as I thought. Good work, Detective. Damask's note 2 updated in my organizer. Request to steal the Prima Duck statue. Handwritten matches that of Manny Cochin. So Manny Cochin is the one that hired Damask 2 to steal that, huh? What does it mean? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. How long do you intend to hold us up for? Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone is finally here. Agent Sheena, I'd like to ask you something if you don't mind. Yes? How exactly did you fail to see the Yatagarasu when you were in the neighboring room to where Mr. Cochin was killed? I'd like you to explain that to us. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, what are you doing asking her about something she didn't see? Agent Lang hasn't touched the Babal investigation at all, so I suppose I will need to explain a few things to him first. Miles Edgeworth, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in that head of yours. The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth. Oh, it sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well, I'll supervise you until the end. She's seriously going to treat me as a subordinate for the rest of the day? You're not trying to pick a fight with a subordinate on some flimsy guess, are you? I'm not trying to pick a fight, and the evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see. Ha! I should have known that you and I are destined to fight it out till the very end. It would appear that way. Oh, they're in sync. Well, I'll prove her innocence. Let's see what you've got, Prosecutor Edgeworth. With pleasure. For my opening argument, I'll discuss the Yatagarasu that appeared in Bhopal and establish exactly who it was that Kay saw. Agent Lang, I assume you've been briefed on Kay's testimony? You mean the suspicious person in a coat that she saw? That's right. That person is one of the keys to solving this case. The person who pretended to be the Yatagarasu. Pretended? What do you mean by that? I'll get to that in a second. But first, I want to review what Kay's mystery person did. Kay, if you could please explain to us what the person you were chasing did. Okay, you got it. I first spotted the suspicious person near the open-air stage on the Bobble East side. I called out to the person, but as soon as I did, that person ran off. I thought it was rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase. For the sake of argument, let's call this suspicious person the Yatagarasu. Now please tell us what happened when you chased the Yatagarasu up to the 3rd floor. Can do! I chased the Yatagarasu all the way up to the 3rd floor of the Baba's embassy. It was a pretty straight chase down the hallway, until the sudden turn. The Yatagarasu disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw the Yatagarasu run into Mr. Kochin's office. I gave chase and ran into the room. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. Hi, Dragon. How are you? I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned the light on the light, but then... Ah! Who's there? By the time I had turned on the lights, the Yatagarasu had disappeared. When Kay entered the room, the person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose that was, Agent Lang? What do you mean, why do you suppose? Isn't it obvious? That person slipped out through the door behind the girl under the cover of darkness. Sorry, but I know for a fact that the person didn't escape through that door. Oh? And how do you know that with such certainty? That's easy. If the Yatagarasu had left through that door, they would have run right into this person. Who would they have run into, Chad, if they tried to leave through that door? Chat? I might have to answer this one for you guys because most people haven't trickled in yet. But if anybody here wants to take a stab at it, go for it. Fire Ninja says gumshoe. Isu says gumshoe. MRL says dick. I think MRL just wanted to say dick and doesn't actually know what's going on. All right, are we locking in gumshoe, chat? Are we locking in gumshoe? This is who the suspicious person would have run into. Huh? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Are you sure you're not losing it? I haven't lost anything, and certainly not my mind. Maybe not, but you definitely have the wrong person. Or maybe you're just terrible with not only logic, but names as well. You didn't need to add insult to injury. Think, Miles. Recall the circumstances around Kay's near arrest. There was somebody right next to Mr. Kochin's office investigating at that time. If the Yatagarasu had left through the door, they would have run right into this person. You forgot? Yeah, this was all investigated at the end of last night's stream. So, we should know this. Do we remember? Do you remember, chat? Do you need a little refresher? Do you need a little brain blast from little old me over here? The German girl? You might need to be more specific, Aisu. Emerald, you don't need to provide an excuse if you missed it. I wasn't specifically talking to you. You know that, right? Making a German accent. Franziska? I don't blame you guys if you forgot this one. MRL wants to know why her, and says, how is it her? Investigation on the ink issue.
Take that.
This is who the suspicious person. No, that was wrong. We're losing health at a rapid pace, chat. Person 5? Who's person 5? Do you mean this person? The 5th person down the list? Steve-ish? Yeah? Sheena. Any objections to Sheena? Shahina? Actually, Chad, it might be a good idea to read what's on the screen right now under her profile. I'm just saying.
Take that.
Hi, Cider. Your answer is Sheena? Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagarasu had used the door. When Kay was screamed upon discovering Mr. Kochin's body, the Yatagarasu would have run right into Agent Sheena, who was in the next room over. Ah! Agent Sheena, would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question? No, I didn't see anyone. You see, therefore, the Yatagarasu could not have escaped through the door. It just means that the creep slipped out before Sheena made it out into the hallway. I doubt that, as there was another person in that hallway. A certain detective. Detective Gumshoe, where were you exactly at that time? Me, sir? Well, when I heard Kay's scream, I ran towards Mr. Kochin's office from the opposite direction of Agent Sheena, sir. So, Agent Lang, can you explain how someone could have eluded both of them? Even you must concede that under these circumstances, the door was not a viable route. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. You nailed him with just an explanation of what happened. Yes, I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from the room. But this is far from over. I need to make Lang aware as well of yet another possible escape route the Yatagarasu could have taken. Ha ha ha! I get it. So that's what you were trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess. This is what you're trying to say, right? Because the door was not a viable escape route, then there must have been another way out. Precisely. Hey, Mr. Edward, it's time to bust out with your revolving fireplace wall explanation, right? No, not quite yet. Huh? But why? I thought this would be the perfect time. The revolving wall and the Pablo Heath sign is known to only 4 people. And if we use this information unwisely, the truth may escape us in the end. What's with all the whispering over there? Scaled, I'll figure out your tactics? Nothing of the sort, Agent Lang. Come, let's continue where we left off. That smug, haughty attitude of yours. You really rubbed me the wrong way, you know that? Well, no matter. I figured you out already anyway. The only other possible escape route besides the door is the room's lone window. This is an eerie picture of said escape route exists. Are you saying that this photo captures the moment of the Yatagarasu's escape? I guess Detective Bad must have filled it in on this photo. I have to admit at first, I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. However, I now know that to be impossible. Now, I realize you may not know this, but... humans can't fly. Of course I know that! That's bloody common sense! But oh no wait, I can't fly. I have a fat fucking tail. I can't fly with my fat fucking tail. Chat, would you give up the ability to fly to have a fat fucking tail if you were a bird? Because that's what I chose, and I don't regret it for a second. Besides, I never said I thought the photo to be of the Yatagarasu's escape route. I suppose not. Alright then, explain yourself. The shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu that Kay was chasing after.
Not so fast!
You could say whatever you'd like in whatever language you want. But there's only one language I really understand. The language of evidence. Very well then. I present to you proof that the person Kay saw is not the same as the person in the photo. Alright chat, what are we presenting here? Yeah, you don't know? I'm just gonna go through all the evidence slowly for you then, chat, and maybe you'll all be able to get back up to speed and brain blast a bit. Got the emissary guide. Whoops. Notes on Kochin's body. The blade is definitely a Alapastian. Was it carried across country lines? The Yatagarasu stole this from the emissary 7 years ago. It is also a knife. It was a fake, but was swapped with the real one. Is originally from Alabast. Doc related to smuggling of Babalese ink. It appears to point to Mr. Kochin. Swapped with the real murder weapon's handle. Its blade has yet to be found. Bills circulating in Zhangfa, made by Kochin. They were all burned up in Babal. Special white crystal oil-based ink. Limited export because of its use in counterfeiting. Because he bent it, Larry couldn't do the early summer rain jab special attack. Request to steal the Prima Duck statue. Handwriting matches that of many Kochin. Used to be real, but has been swapped with the fake from Babal. Was used as a weapon. 2 large flowers in bloom. The vines are supported by stakes and are still growing. Present for embassy staff. Miss Oldbag took and ate a few from the dressing room. Ruins on wit crystal oil, which burns green. It is a Balbaese souvenir. Found at the open air stage. It looks like a guitar pick. It's also wet for some reason. Miss Yu's perfume. This was left behind by Callisto Yu 7 years ago. Kay has been safeguarding it. Fountain spouts. Part of the rose garden pool. Auto refills when the water level is too low. Photo of Yatagarasu. Photo taken after the first fire on the 4th and 5th floors had taken place. Fires in Babal. 2 fires broke out in Babal today. Spilled Bubbly's ink onto the back wall while burning files in fireplace. Left ashes there. A good length of wire that was found wound up inside Babal's grandfather clock. There are signs that the revolving fireplace on the Babal side has been used. Well, chat, this one might be pretty tricky if you don't remember some stuff from yesterday's stream. You haven't got a clue, you just got to you. So essentially right now we're trying to prove that this picture and this shadow in this picture, if it is a person, is not the person that Kay saw when that was chasing. That's what we're trying to prove right now. I think I already know the answer, but it will require you to understand the timeline. These passion flowers were found on the Alabast side. Why would you do this to me, Glatcherbill? Two fires broke out. The first fire at the Balbali's emissary occurred during the Jammin' Ninjas show. The fire occurred on the 4th and 5th floors, and it took until the end of the show to put the fire out. The second fire at the Balbali's embassy occurred after the Jammin' Ninjas show. The fire occurred on the 3rd floor, and Mr. Cochin's office caught fire during this. So this is the photo we're trying to disprove as being the person that Kay that. And if it helps at all in terms of figuring out the timeline and everything like that, Kay chased after the Yatagarasu during the second fire. If that helps with timeline at all. So Kay chased someone with a black cloak that she assumed was the Yatagarasu. She chased that person into Mr. Cochin's office, and then that person mysteriously disappeared. And this all happened during the 3rd fire. And now we're trying to prove that this black shadow in this picture is not the Yatagarasu that Kay saw and was chasing. So how can we prove that, chat? Anything in this evidence list you want me to examine closer? Want me to give you a hint, chat? Do you want me to give you a hint? Wow, you memorized that quote or something. Me right now. I don't think I am thinking. Remember, the core here is we need to show with evidence that this shadowy figure is not the shadow that Kay was chasing. And how can we do that, chat? How can we do that? JP is saying the money. I'm seeing people being very conflicted right now. Y'all good? Give hint. Okay, I'm gonna explain. My hint will be an explanation of the timeline once again. There were two fires. The first fire burned down the 4th and 5th floors. The second fire burned down the 3rd floor. Kay chased after the shadowy figure that she thought was the Yatagarasu during the second fire. I think JP might have just brain blast. Don't overthink this one, chat. Don't overthink it. Never mind. Never mind. I think... Guys, are you okay? Alright, chat. What are we presenting then, JP? You're not okay. I get it. Don't worry. Hello, Silver. Thank you for the lurk. JP wants to present the picture. As long as there's no objections, I'll present it, just because we've been sitting here for a while. And we need to get some ball rolling. Okay, we got it.
Take that!
Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu K-saw. I'm going to tell you right now, you guys were right, but for the wrong fucking reason. It's a and Edgeworth is going to explain it to you, and you guys are going to be like, oh. Kay spotted the Yatagarasu heading for the 3rd floor during the 2nd fire. However, the photo in question was taken just after the 1st fire. I hovered on that picture in evidence so that you guys could read its description and put the timeline together in your head. How could we have a picture of the person Kay saw when the picture happened before the events that Kay was talking about? Come on. Don't you love it being right for the wrong reasons, chat? Anyway. Yeah, way to go! That's twice you bit him in the butt now. We're not done yet. You still have to explain what that shadow is and how the Yatagarasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you? Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet. Ha! As I thought. However, the Yatagarasu's escape route? Now that I can answer. You can? Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on. Enlighten me. Even if I explain it, you'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. You were busy heading up the Alabastian investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you'd have much knowledge about the Babelese side of the case. So wouldn't it be best if the lead on that side, Ancient Shahina, explained in my stead? Shahina is my subordinate. If I don't stick up for her, how can I look her in the eyes and call myself her boss? Lang, it's all right. I could take care of him. Shahina, you've shielded me a lot as my boss. But it's time for me to prove my worth. Alright, if you're okay with it, then you have my support. Finally, it's just down to Agent Shahina and myself. This is where the battle really begins. Now then, what is it you'd like to ask? Let's see. Why don't we start with your movements inside the Babelese embassy? Shahina's movements. During the first Babelese fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. And that is all I have to say. But I'm not lying when I say I saw the suspicious person run into Mr. Kochin's office. Like I said earlier, I have no intention of retracting my testimony. Good. Just to confirm, did you have a partner with you when you were on your investigation? No, I moved alone. In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi. Is that correct? Are you calling her suspicious because she was in her room by herself? How pathetic. And it wasn't when Agent Shahina tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale? Get shit on, dumbass. And how about when you accused Larry because he was the weapon's owner? Grr. Hypocrisy. Not that that's unexpected for that useless lump to get into such a situation. Although I suppose it's never a good idea to let the mistakes go uncorrected. I will make no excuse for what I did in that situation. Ow. Hi, Brew Nightcrawler. How you doing today? Then you should apologize right now for making Kay out to be the killer, pal. I'm sorry. Shahina, apologize. I'm sorry. It's really okay. I mean, I'm not under suspicion anymore. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I never doubted you. Not for 1 second. And the same goes for me. I believe in Shahina. Then let's put that to the test and see if she's really worthy of your trust. This promises to be interesting. Shahina's movements. During the first Bubbly East fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. There seems to be a very large flaw in her testimony. Oh? So why don't you show her what we found out with Little Thief? I will in due time. The escape route of the Yatagarasu that Kay was in pursuit of. If it turns out that it really does lead right to Agent Shahina, then what is that she is keeping from us right now? Press everything? I can definitely do that.
Hold it!
So you helped with the fire extinguishing efforts. I was in charge of the police on the Babla East side, so I helped them with their work. Police doing the job of firemen. You really know how to work people. She sure does. That's because she's one awesome woman who knows how to manage. I guess so. She's always bringing you a business card or a scroll at just the right time. Prepare everything before I'm ordered to. That is the definition of a secretary. She kinda seems more capable than Agent Lang, doesn't she? At the very least, she's certainly more capable than you, Detective. Ugh. Kinda had a feeling you were going to say that. Poor Gumshoe, man. You know, I say poor Gumshoe, but maybe this wouldn't happen if he was good at his fucking job. Shahina's more than just a capable secretary, you know? Shahina, tell them what other things you're good at. Alright. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal. By the second fire, you mean the one that consumed the third floor of Babal, correct? Yes, that was when the suspicious person was spotted in Babal. Then you were after the same person in the long coat that I was after. There is no proof that the suspicious person was really the Yatagarasu, because no one was able to get a good look at the person's face. By the way, how was your team's investigation? In order to extinguish the fire, water was pumped into the third floor via the windows. So the majority of the investigators conducted their searches on other floors. Maybe they did, but there was one person who was wandering around lost on the third floor. When the fire was pretty much out, I moved to investigate the third floor. And you did that alone? Yes.
Hold it!
So you were in the room next to Mr. Cochin's office? I already told you I was earlier, and I was examining the neighboring room. I heard that girl's shrill scream. Upon hearing her, I immediately ran towards Mr. Cochin's office. Wherein you proceeded to arrest her, as I recall. Yes, I did. But she was totally innocent, pal! I thought we had already cleared that up! And I thought that I had already apologized for my behavior. Now, if the tenacious detective would be so kind as to be quiet. I have to agree. Right now is not the time to take issue with that. Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. What I do take issue is the fact that you didn't see the Yatagarasu, Agent Shahina. The prosecutors of this country are all so strange. Though I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu.
Hold it!
You were unable to catch even a glimpse, despite being in the next room? Is that true? I really hate to repeat myself. I'm sorry for inconveniencing you. However, I simply wish to make sure that you are not misremembering something. We wouldn't want you to be accused of lying later on, would we? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Are you calling Shahina's testimony a lie? Agent Lang, I'm talking with Agent Shahina right now. So I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't interrupt us with superfluous comments. Aw, you know, I feel kind of bad for him. I understand his pain at watching one of his subordinates being accused. However, I cannot turn my eyes from the truth. Lang, I'm alright. And as for you, I think you should be focusing your doubts on that girl rather than me. And why is that?
Hold it!
Going down, unfortunately for him, and all he inspires is spite. Oh, you'll be home eventually. Don't worry. We're gonna be streaming all fucking night. Are you throwing Kay's words into doubt again? Well, she does claim to be the Yatagarasu, right? And she did try to chase down the Yatagarasu, despite being just an average citizen. You are home? Oh. Oh, then charge your fucking phone. Actually, she came here with the goal of capturing the fake Yatagarasu. That's right, which is why I would never lie about anything related to the Yatagarasu. And I suppose you have proof that that's somewhere? Not quite, but even without any, I have people who believe in me, and that's enough. Yeah, I can see it a little bit. I see. Case testimony is without flaw, but as for yours, well, let's just say that I find your testimony to be a bit suspicious. Alright, chat, what are we doing? We've pressed every statement. What are we presenting? And on what statement? Number 1. During the first, I assisted in putting out the fire. Number 2. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal. Number 3. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next door over. Number 4. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. And number 5. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. Yeah, but Awaria, if you have knowledge of what we were investigating at the end of last night's stream, you should be able to figure something out. Hi, Vault. How are you doing today? Present my tale? I'd love to present my tale. Your Honor, I present this slams tail on desk. I rest my case. Oh, thank you for the single bit, MRL. Win mask for Owl? I'm not putting a mask on. I do not have a silly face. You have a silly face. Nice argument. However, exactly. Okay, can we not spam 1-bit redeems? I appreciate the bits, but that will get annoying real fast. Want to support you because it's 1 cent and the redeems are annoying. It's literally a penny. That's like like I really do appreciate the bits, but please get if you want to actually support me, giving them in like bigger amounts would be really appreciated. Otherwise, it's just spamming the redeem and kind of annoying. Can we see the Damask evidence? You only have 6 bits left. That's better. Thanks, MRL. Request to steal the Prima Duck statue. The handwriting matches that of Manny Kochin. JP, what's your logic for that? It's all you can think. Thinking is hard. Don't worry. I get it. She entered the room of the evidence. Oh, here, JP. Since you, I thought just to, this note is referring to the Alabest side. Damask was murdered in the Alabest side and was found there. If that helps provide some context to this note. You're gonna make a lot of tea. Understandable. Hi, Sharpie. You'll probably make ramen again? Ramen is very good. Now I'm even stupider. Oh, whoops. Okay. I love being stupid. This one's not too complicated if you think about it. And of course, I can always provide you all a hint if you need it. Although before I give a hint, I should probably confirm that my answer that I'm thinking of is actually correct. Okay, what I am thinking of is in fact correct. I was right. I'm smart. I'm big brain at this game. I have the thoughts. So yeah, just let me know if you need a hint or if you want to present something. The hint will be what statement you have to present on. That's the hint that I'll give. So we've got, during the first puppy's fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. How do you present something? It says in the corner down there, right there. In the corner over there. Exclamation point present. You write the statement number and then the evidence, and then people can vote. What's the post testimony again? There seems to be a very large flaw in her testimony. Oh, then why don't you show her what we found out with Little Thief? Heh, I will, in due time. The escape route of the Yatagarasu that Kay was in pursuit of. If it turns out that it really does lead right to Agent Shahina, then what is it that she is keeping us from us right now? And it's not a JoJo stand, that's the Steel Samurai, Vulp. Any ideas, chat? You would like to see the statues? The Babal's Prima Duck statue. It was a fake, but it was swapped with the real one. It's originally from Alabast. Alabast's Prima Duck statue used to be real, but has been swapped with a fake from Babal. Was used as a weapon. These statues were switched. So Alabast's statue is currently in Babal, and Babal's statue is currently in Alabast. Brain low on power? I get it. Don't worry. Need a hint, chat? Do you need that hint now? All right, chat. This is the statement you have to present on. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. This is the statement. What evidence do we have potentially contradicts this? Show us evidence? Which one? We'll go from back to forward. Revolving fireplace wall. There are signs that the revolving fireplace wall on Babal's side has been used. Wire. A good length of wire that was found wound up inside Babal's grandfather clock. The testimony. Spilled Balinese ink on the back wall while burning files in fireplace. Left ashes there. 2 fires broke out in Babal. Photo taken after the first fire on the 4th and 5th floors had taken place. Part of the rose-guarded pool. Auto refills the water when the water level is too low. This was left behind by Callisto U 7 years ago. Kay had been safeguarding it. Found at the open-air stage. It looks like a guitar pick. It's also wet for some reason. Runs on wit crystal oil, which burns green. It's a Balby East souvenir. Present for emissary staff. Miss Oldbag took and ate a few from the dressing room. Hi, Asuan. Passion flowers. 2 large flowers in bloom. The vines are supported by stakes and are still growing. Alba's prima duck statue used to be real, but has been swapped with a fake from Babal. The fire on the 4th and 5th floor was the first fire. Moario. I'm gonna be real, chat. I kind of need to beat this game tonight. Can we start presenting? You don't have a fucking clue? Well, think. She was in the next room, and she was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. We do have a map clue, yes. So this room right here is the room where the murder happened. And this is the room that Sheena claims to have been in. All this is telling me is that you guys probably missed the investigation from last night. Because this should be a pretty simple answer if you were at that investigation. So, do I probably need to maybe provide some additional context about that investigation? Maybe to help you guys out? Okay, so we forgot very much. Basically, the main thing that we established was that the murderer most likely used the revolving fireplace wall to escape from the murder scene. Since we are... That was pretty much what we investigated and determined. And those fireplaces link to the next door room. That might have been too much information. I'm gonna be honest, that explains a lot. But yeah, we're talking about the murder of Manny Cochin right now. So we're talking about the room that we investigated with Little Thief. Yeah, at the end of yesterday's stream. But yes, so essentially Objection? What's your objection, JP? Yatagarasu, whatever. All right, JP, here, since you probably missed the investigation, I'll spell it out a little bit clearer. At the beginning of this trial, we've already ruled out both the window and the front door as possible escape routes for the Yatagarasu that Kay saw. We have confirmed that the rotating fireplace had to be their escape route. That links to the next room. Sheena was in the other room. How could Sheena have not seen the Yatagarasu if the revolving fireplace wall is the Yatagarasu's only escape route from that room? Yeah, that's the logic the game is looking for. I decided to spell that one out because it looks like a lot of you are pretty confused due to the fact that I had to split this case up. No problem, though. I understand that completely.
Objection!
Being in the room next to Mr. Kochan's office is the problem with your testimony. Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what the problem you're talking about at all. Agent Lang, do you recall the secret we discovered about the Alabastian office fireplace? Yeah. No. It's more so that when you're watching a stream, you're not going to remember as much information about that I do when I'm actually playing it. So if you need me to spell out anything or provide hints for things that were relevant in yesterday's stream, let me know and I'll probably try to spell out some things for you. It's especially kind of daunting because this cross-examination takes place immediately after the investigation. So a lot of this stuff should technically be fresh in your memory, which it is in mine because I was actively playing the game. But you guys are popping in and out of the stream, maybe not paying full attention, so it makes sense that it would be very confusing. So I'll try to give you guys hints and stuff to hopefully get you back up to speed. And then when we get a bit later in this case, you'll probably be all caught up and everything will be good. You're busy slicing apples? Exact point. Huh? Oh, you mean how it connects with the office in the room next door? What about it? Well, Alabast isn't the only country with secret connecting fireplaces. What? The fireplace in Mr. Kochan's office holds the exact same secret. What? Yatagarasu didn't escape through the door to the room or the window. The escape route was through the revolving fireplace wall and into the next room over. Her surprised face. She just holds a stoic face like... That's awesome. Now do you see? If the Yatagarasu had escaped into the next room, then the thief would have run straight into Agent Shahina, meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Yatagarasu. What is the meaning of this, Miles? She just Michael Jackson as her reaction. Well, would you care to explain, Agent Shahina, how you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yatagarasu? Or shall I? Your claim that you were in the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is, you were the one Kay saw in the coat, pretending to be the Yatagarasu, and you were the one she chased after. As you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Kochan's office and headed for the fireplace. Then, you shed your coat in the next room, leaving there to emerge as Agent Shahina. After that, you came back around to place Kay under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace. How dare you make Kay look like the bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal? Shishihina? That laugh. I remember this irritating laugh. Ugh, I'm getting chills down my spine. It can't be, but it has to be. Shishina, what's wrong with you? I'm sorry. It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh. Funny, you say? Yes, that would accuse me of being the Yatagarasu. The prosecutors of this country really are so very strange. Do you think you could get away with this by simply laughing it off? You think I'm taking things too lightly? I think not. It's that prosecutor he is. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. The Yatagarasu fled through the fireplace. Do you have any proof to back up your claim? If you don't, then you haven't proven a thing regarding the Yatagarasu's escape route. The tone of voice you're talking with me now has certainly changed. That's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose, and then we can have a real battle of wits. For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind, it is a great honor. Don't underestimate me. I'm not some foolish broad, you know. I know, and that is why I won't hold anything back either as I answer your question. My question? Here is your proof that the revolving fireplace wall in the ball was used recently. Well, chat. Hi, Zoldo. Once again, this would require you to remember what we figured out and investigated during the Little Thief investigation from yesterday's stream. If you remember that, you will be good. But we discovered something that proves that the revolving door was used. That's your hint from me, because it involves directly what we investigated. What does the testimony say? Spilled Vali's ink onto back wall while burning files in fireplace. Left the ashes there. I think you passed out before Little Thief? Unfortunate. Fire Ninja wants to present this testimony.
Take that!
I'm sorry, but is this really your honest answer to my question? Yes. According to Ambassador Pelenos' testimony, he said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Koshin. Oh? The ashes of what they burned were left in the fireplace, so they should have been there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there. Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up. Huh. Unfortunately for you, Ambassador, Pelenos said that he forgot to. And so the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer is simple. When the Yatagarasu went through the fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed into the next room by the wall as well. The movements of the ashes that were in Mr. Koch's office is my proof. And just what is so funny? And as Ash as proof, are you even allowed to admit such flaky evidence in court? You still wish to fight us? Of course! Why wouldn't I? In that case, let's hear your counter-argument. My counter-argument, huh? This really is just like being in court. Well, to me, we're simply continuing from where we left off all those years ago. I have no idea what you're talking about. It doesn't matter if we're at a crime scene or in court. Let's finish this here and now. I suppose. I've had a lot of fun today, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. Sheena's rebuttal. In my eyes, all you proved is that the rotating fireplace was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace now, can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation, and we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Koshin's office. And there you have it. My counter-argument. Ah, that's very impressive. She has seen through the fact that I have yet to gather that one piece of evidence. What is it, Kay? I haven't heard a peep out of you in quite a while now. If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest to us. But Kay, pull yourself together. You are the true heir to the Yatagarasu name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, then you must never take your eyes off of it. This chase you're running to catch the truth, you must see it through to the very end. Mr. Edgeworth, you're right. I will see this through to the end. So, you go get her for me, Mr. Edgeworth. With pleasure. Looks like a lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it? Shahina, please, show me you're someone I can trust. Don't worry, this will be the deciding match. You'll see. I'm truly sorry, Agent Lang, but I simply cannot allow her to escape me again. Very well then, Agent Shahina. Shall we begin? I'm ready when you are. What are we doing, chat? Press? Oh, whoops.
Hold it!
It sounds to me like you're saying my explanation is not good enough. But I was able to get through the revolving door myself. So that should be proof enough even for you, pal. Ha! It looks like you don't quite understand. But by your looks, I can guess that you're not all that learned. Youch! Talk about rude! You should watch what you say, pal! Sadly, I can't say I disagree with her on that one. Thanks, Crow. Sure, pet me. Do it. Do it, coward. But you know what I mean, right? You may have proven that the fireplace was used. But you can't... Oh, whoops. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace, now can you? So you want proof that the Yatagarasu was the one who used the fireplace. That's right. Well, do you have any? Arrgh! Can you prove that it wasn't the Yatagarasu who used the fireplace? I don't need to prove anything to you. Oh, objection! Okay, if you could please not steal my line. So sorry, but I just couldn't hold it in anymore. Well, don't fret and leave her to me. All you have to do is sit back and watch. You may seem to have some wiggle room, but without any evidence, it's meaningless. So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence.
Hold it!
It's possible that the Yatagarasu left fingerprints inside the fireplace. Sorry, but I had the forensics team check that already. All they found were prints belonging to Ambassador Poleno and Mr. Koshin. Curses! I should have known better than to think the Yatagarasu would have been so careless. But there must be some sort of evidence that we still have yet to find. Huh, I take it you have not further objections. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation.
Hold it!
So Interpol has finished examining the entire Balbaese embassy? Yes, the investigators who weren't allowed into Albalas were incredibly helpful. They all put in great efforts to search for any sign of the Yatagarasu. And yet, despite all that effort, it appears that they failed to notice the lack of ash in the office fireplace. Furthermore, you were the one who inspected the room next to Mr. Cousins, correct? I didn't notice the ash in the fireplace of that room, and for that I am sorry. You don't need to apologize, Shahina. As your boss, your mistakes are my mistakes. So allow me to apologize for you. I'm sorry. You know, maybe this guy's not a bad guy after all. He apologizes for his subordinates and everything. What a great boss. Are you saying that I don't do anything for my own subordinates? No, nothing of the sort, sir. You're someone I really respect, sir, even if you are a bit too strict sometimes. That is only a problem on your end. Wow, way to be super hard on him in response. Am I really too strict on everyone? Yes, Edgeworth. Yes, you are. Anyway, Shahina, you didn't find anything in Mr. Cochin's office, right? That's right. We finished our investigation. And we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. So you really didn't find anything? Yes, and as I said, not one suspicious thing. Although, as you already know, we did find the Yatagarasu's key and the document detailing the smuggling operation. But we still haven't found the blade that belongs to the Balbaese knife handle yet. Huh, you see? My subordinates worked hard to investigate everything. So there's nothing else to find, alright? Wow, Agent Lang really sticks up for his people. Lang Z says, all men are brothers, and friends become family. So you see, my people are family, and their families are my family too. That's a rather large family you have there. Yes, but as we all know, there's always one black sheep in any family. And though it pains me, Agent Lang, you will know the black sheep in your family. So, do you actually have any proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace passageway? No, I haven't found any yet. Then what are we going to do? There's no need to worry, because there is a loophole in Miss Interpol's agent's argument we can exploit first. The one in charge of the Balbaese investigation was not Agent Lang, which means that with Agent Shahina in charge, it's possible she may have tampered with the evidence. That piece of evidence that we found. If there is one thing I do know, is that someone tried to hide it from us. Alright, chat, what are we doing? JP, you're thinking wires? A good length of wire that was found wound up inside Bahal's grandfather clock. What was the number of the last statement? It's 5. Statement number 5. JP wants to present these wires on this statement. Do you guys agree? Also, hi, Jayco. How are you doing today? Huh. Well, you say that you and your agents have finished your thorough investigation. Are you absolutely certain that you didn't overlook anything? Well, aren't we full of ourselves standing there insulting Interpol agents? You'd better not be insinuating my men are incompetent, Mr. Prosecutor. Just tired, distressed doggo noises. You okay there, Janko? You okay there? You okay? I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire. Eat but can't sleep. Oof, I know what you mean. And what exactly is this supposed to mean? A length of wire? So what about it? I'll tell you what. We found this in the Balbaese embassy not long ago. What? And we found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Koshin's office. You found that at the scene of Mr. Koshin's murder? But this wire wasn't all we found. We found one other very important thing. There's more? In Mr. Koshin's office, there were signs that someone had burned counterfeit bills there. What in the... Ayah! I like the ayahs he does. Hold it. That evidence was something you found out through that girl's machine, right? So what if it was? That's what I thought. But unfortunately for you, a recreation made by a machine is hardly concrete proof. Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills? No. You see? So there was nothing in that office. Nothing you could call evidence, anyway. I'm sorry, but I seem to have given you the wrong impression. How so? I don't recall saying that I was presenting evidence of any sort. But rather, I was pointing out that your investigation was incomplete. And that this throws doubt on the purity of your investigation into the Yatagarasu. You still suspect me, I see. Alright, then I ask that you point out what part of my investigation is incomplete. The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent Shihina, and it is not possible that the reason the person K was chasing chose the 3rd floor was because that person knew there would be no other agents on that floor. Furthermore, we've come to see that Agent Shihina was only pretending to be investigating the Yatagarasu, to the point of arresting K. In that case, there is one location that no one has yet to inspect. Your team's investigation was incomplete because they failed to inspect this location. Where didn't they inspect, chat? This is K, and this is Shihina. This is a heads up. Well, think about it, chat. Elevator, a hallway. The stage? Phone died again because making ramen. Oof. The badge? Of course, the badge. Stage might be it. Are we agreeing on the stage? Latchabrill's saying the other room. Okay, more people seem to be agreeing with the stage. Yeah, we know where you're kind of out of it right now. You lost the plot. Okay, well, let's go to the history. We're basically saying that Shihina's investigation was incomplete. And because the other Interpol agents worked on the command of Shihina, and it is not possible that the reason the person K was chasing chose the 3rd floor was because that person knew there would be no other agents on that floor. Furthermore, we come to see that Agent Shihina was only pretending to be investigating the Yatagarasu, to the point of arresting K. In that case, there is one location that no one is yet to inspect. Your team's investigation was incomplete because they failed to inspect this location. Yes, the stage is where we found the wet pig, Fire Ninja.
Take that!
Okay, I'll go check it out right now, sir. Be right back. Hold it. We already went over that area with a fine-tooth comb. And I've heard their extensively detailed report about that area as well. I have also heard the reports. Actually, thinking back on it, I checked out that area pretty well already too. I guess that means we really don't need to check that area anymore, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Huh. Well, if that is everyone's opinion, then I suppose not. What happened to trusting in your instinct? She does have me there. JP wants to present the next door room now. Oh no, I'm just doing voice acting, MRL. I always read it out.
Take that!
The location, Agent Shahina, is of course the room you claim to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Cochin's office warrants a thorough inspection. Even if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use to you there. I will be the one to decide that. Detective Gumshoe! Yes, sir, I'm on it. I'll be right back after I check out the room next to the office. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you really think that Mr. Shahina's the Yatagarasu? Yes, if my logic is sound, I believe she is. Then, I'm not gonna let her get away with ruining the name of the Yatagarasu. Can you prove she's the Yatagarasu is the question. If Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he will find, then I should be able to. And just what are you hoping he will find? Let's just say this. I had a detective do a little experiment for me earlier. An experiment? As if that detective has the brains for high science. It wasn't mentally taxing. I had him use the same escape route as the Yatagarasu. And what did you find out by doing that? First, that it's possible for a person to fit through the revolving wall door. Second, that by going through there, his coat was covered in ash and Balabi's ink. Who cares what his coat was covered in? It's not worth that much anyway. Ah, but is it really worth so little? I believe that is actually quite a meaningful result, the value of which I'm about to prove. Mr. Edgeworth, I found some things you really need to see, sir. Oh? So what are these things that you found? Some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir. You found a coat? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe it's the one the person I was chasing with was wearing. Yes, the possibility does exist. Agent Shahida, were these pieces of evidence not in that room when you examined it? Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They were getting in the way, so I stored them in that room. Aww. Thank you for bringing them to me. It saves me a trip. May I have them back now? These items that the detective brought back are incredibly significant. I request that we be allowed to examine them. They're my personal belongings, so you have no right to touch them without my permission. I wish to examine them for the sake of investigation. But if you wish to deny us access to them, Agent Lang, let's hear your opinion on this. I say, let them look at your stuff, Shahina. Lang? Shahina, let's put it all out into the open. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right? I guess so. Alright, go ahead and examine whatever you like. After all, I have nothing to hide. Good, now let us begin. So which of Agent Shahina's belongings are you going to examine, sir? What am I examining, chat? They kind of spelled it out a little bit earlier. Stevish says coat. JV says coat. One more person says coat. We're locking it in. Let's examine the coat. Yes, sir. It appears that you managed to stain your coat rather badly. Agent Shahina. The Yatagarasu that Kei saw was wearing a coat. And I'm beginning to wonder if the stain was created when you went through the fireplace. Haha, no, you have it wrong. That suit probably got in my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire. And what about the dark substance around the hem of your coat? Oh, I didn't realize that the hem was that dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with suit from when I was helping with the fire. I don't think so. You think you can get away with such a transparent lie? Yeah, don't lie to us, pal. This is the same pattern of dirt that got on my coat when I went through the fireplace. Your words ring hollow in the absence of evidence, you know. So unless you could prove it, that the dirt on my coat is from the fireplace, which I can. How? You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe. Me, sir? What did I do? This coat. This is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I had been hoping to find the coat that the person Kay saw was wearing. And thanks to you, we proved that going through the fireplace would sully a coat. I don't get quite what you're saying, but I'm happy for the praise, sir. All that remains is for us to show what that dark substance on the coat hem is. Oh, and you think you can do that? Of course I can. This is the dark substance that sullied the helm of this coat. What are we presenting, chat? JP says ink. Fire Ninja also agrees with the ink.
Take that!
Bobby's ink? Yes, this is what will prove that the coat went through that fireplace. According to Ambassador Paleno, he burned some fires in the fireplace this morning. You told us about that already, so I don't really see the point in mentioning it again. My point is that he spilled some ink onto the back wall of the fireplace at that time. If the dark substance on this coat turns out to be Babali's ink, it would prove that you in this coat went through the revolving fireplace wall. Back! Sorry to have clipped one of your wings, Yatagarasu, but we're not finished yet. But you have no way of proving whether or not this Babali's ink on the coat have. Oh, but I do, and I intend to show that it is ink in a few seconds. How? How, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how I will prove the dark substance on the coat is Babali's ink. What are we doing, chat? Burn it! Burn the witch! Burn it! We can find out whether that is Babali's or not by lighting it on fire. That's how you're gonna prove that it's Babali's ink? Yes, if you could please cut a section of the dark stained area for me, I'd appreciate it. Because I will show you, here and now, what that dark substance is. Shahina, sorry to do this, but I'm gonna have to cut off a bit of your coat. Go ahead, I wasn't planning to wear it anymore anyway. Now then, if someone could loan me a lighter or something. Oh, I've got some matches. I always carry them with me so I can light smoke bombs. And if I could please have one, Kay, we can get this experiment underway. Wait, hold on. Can we go back to that? Kay, what the fuck? Why do you have smoke bombs? Kay, can we talk about that? Can we talk about that, Kay? The flame. It's the same color as the flames which crystal oil produces, which means Babali's ink is a product of wit crystal oil, and when lit, the ink produces a green flame. I believe the time has come to clip the Yatagarasu's other wing. Nishina, you're the fake Matagarasu, the one who killed my father. It's about time you came clean, Agent Shahina. Or should I say, Callisto you? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you? Do I look like the joking type to you? Callisto you? I've never heard that name before in my life. That manner of speaking and that attitude, you haven't changed a bit in 7 years. You're the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday and then tried to frame me for it. Oh, really? And you have proof? You insist that I am this Callisto you woman, but can't prove it? If you have no proof, then I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me. The raven is a very unique bird, one that flies by the darkness of night. However, the light of dawn has arrived, and it will reveal your true ugly form to the world. Enough poetry. I want to see some evidence. Do you really have something that can prove that she is Callisto you? I do. It's something that the second Yatagarasu has preserved for us these last 7 years. Do me the honor, Mr. Edgeworth. I will, Kay, for we have finally come to the end. We'll prove her to be Callisto you with this, and clip this Yatagarasu's wings for good. What JP is saying to present the perfume. Do we agree with this? Welcome back, Awario.
Take that!
This perfume. This'll prove you to be Callisto Yu. It will? Kay has preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle. This belonged to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Naturally, this means that a few of her fingerprints are on here as well. This is that bottle of perfume you spilled, which I have preserved ever since. I heard it from my father, Breen Faraday, that if stored under the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades. Which means that your fingerprints are still on here. Every last one. We can clear everything up if we were to compare the prints on this to your own. Now come, Agent Shahina. Will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? It looks like you've seen right through me yet again. You're sending the biggest chown down my spine, Edgeworth. Callisto Yu. So you've shown your true face at last. This feeling of thrill is even greater than that time 7 years ago. Shahina, you're... Lang, I really enjoyed our days together. You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man. So you were a spy all along? A mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been chasing after. Someone who has been feeding them intel on Interpol all this time? Very good! Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. Callisto Yu, the woman who killed my father 7 years ago. You're her, aren't you? The fake Yatagarasu. That's right, Callisto Yu. That's just one of my many names. But even that's just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Great Thief Yatagarasu. Callisto Yu, this time you won't escape, for this is the end of the road for you. Now come along quietly. You know, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me, Kay Faraday. And had you not used the Yatagarasu's gadgets, I might have never known who you were. But here you are, being a thorn in my side, just like your father always was. Kay, don't! You, I'll never forgive you for what you did to my father. You really are just like him. Mr. Faraday do possess such a laughable honesty. Kay! Ah, you let Kay go right now, pal! You despicable! Let go of me, you filthy... Ah! You think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, unfortunately for you, I'm the real Yatagarasu. But that's impossible! My father was the one who created Little Thief. Hey, Edgeworth! The Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is? Why it has 3 legs? There are 3 main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. No, it can't be! Did you finally figure it out? Do you finally know the real identity of the Yatagarasu? The real identity of the Yatagarasu is... Chat? The real identity of the Yatagarasu is neither Breen Faraday nor Callisto Yu. But by the same token, they are also both the real Yatagarasu. How very perceptive of you. No way! The single person known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu never existed. Mr. Edgeworth, No, I refuse to believe this. The Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1. The Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target of object. And a lawyer would have the opportunity to learn the layout of a client's corporations. Skill number 2. The Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. And a good prosecutor would be well versed in the ways of a criminal. And skill number 3. The Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind. Ever. Detective Bad? It was only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind, because the lead detective on the case hid it all away. You're the 3rd member of the Yatagarasu? You. I've been looking for you for a long time. 7 long years. But I finally got you. Why, Mr. Bad? Long time no see. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team. If you were such a great team, then why did you kill my father 7 years ago? Why indeed? It was nothing personal, really. He was just another person I had to kill. How could you say that? I grow wary of this, and it's about time for everything to come to an end. And this time, I won't miss. Stop! You! Kay! It's over, Shahina. Your leg! Agent Lang! Ugh! You idiot! What were you thinking, jumping in front of my gun like that? What are you risking your life for? I'm sorry, Detective Bad. No matter what sort of past she may have had, or even if she is a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she is my subordinate. As long as she is, I can't allow any harm to come to her, not even from you. You really are an idiot. You know that? You should know by now that this is just how I am. Hey, sis. Yes? I want you to conduct a full-body search. Shahina might have another weapon on her. Alright. Detective Gumshoe, your assistance, please. Sir! Hey, I found something! What is this, sir? It looks like the blade of a knife, but it doesn't have a handle. We should know what that is, chat. We should know what that is, right, chat? This is a great find, Detective. Huh? It is, sir? Let's try pairing it up this blade with this handle.
Take that!
I believe this blade actually belongs with the handle that was on the murder weapon. Hey, they fit together perfectly. This blade must have been taken from the... Yeah, that one was a little bit too obvious to sue in, so I figured it's no point, right? I mean, Edgeworth literally said handle, and it's the only handle in our evidence. This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched. I'm gonna go return this Babahi's knife now. Alright. I trust that you'll make sure that it is returned to Ambassador Paleno. Babahi's knife handle given to Detective Gumshoe. I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it. Callisto Yu. I gotta remove some evidence now. For the only time the handles could have been switched is just after Mr. Cochin's murder. Haha! which means that you must be Mr. Koshin's killer. You killed Mr. Koshin with the Alabastian knife. Switched the handles, and then took the original blade of the Balbanese knife with you. Later, you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near the open-air stage. You used the fireplace to lose her, and then you went back to accuse her of the murder. Does that about sum it up? Haha, you craft an engaging tale, Edgeworth, but there are two problems with it. Problems in what respect? What do you think my real reason was in allowing her to chase after me? It was all so I could capture Kay Faraday. What? When I saw you using that device at Gatewaterland, I knew right away that you were Brian Faraday's daughter. I became curious, so I researched a little into your background. That's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatagarasu. That's why you tried to pin Mr. Kochin's murder on me. Yes, I knew you would show up at this embassy tonight, so I thought to use you. But pinning the murder on you wasn't my only goal. You had another? Yes, once I had you under arrest, I had planned to search you and take back the device that rightfully belongs to me, the true Yatagarasu. You were going to take Little Thief away from me? 7 years ago, it was thanks to that device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should have. I had a tough time recovering that precious key. Then the person who stole the Yatagarasu's key was Mr. Faraday? You. That incident 7 years ago. What was the catalyst behind it? In the eyes of the smuggling ring, the Yatagarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It wasn't an especially pleasant assignment. Then why? Why did you become a member of the Yatagarasu? Why? There is no why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. From the beginning? What is that supposed to mean? The person I take orders from hasn't changed, even now to this day. Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Koshin? Then the real ringleader is still out there pulling the strings? Are you done asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. And you're going to tell me everything you did tonight. Do you understand, Shahina? Oh, the Bob run, that's gonna be fun. Love the utterly stupid as fuck scammers. Oh, yeah, fuck those people. They're fucking fraudulent. And why did you do that? I suppose it was to destroy all evidence of the counterfeit bills. That was what the smuggling ring was trying to do? But then why start two fires? Sorry, but I can't tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation, after all. I've had my fun. Now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Wait, I mean, Miss Shahina. Yes? When I fell to the floor earlier, these fell at my feet. What about them? They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought, well, that I should return them to you. You can have them. They're of no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always throw them away. No, I want to keep them. Suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot, Edgeworth. About the second problem I had with your story. I didn't kill anyone tonight. Excuse me? Excuse me? What? I'm not saying that as a sore leader. Think of it as a hint, if you will. Mr. Prosecutor! Yes, Agent Lang? Mark my words, I'm not done here and I'll be back. And it's got nothing to do with duty or anything, because this has become my personal case. I may have been shot, but I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be. His anger appears to have negated the sensation of pain as it entered your leg. It's finally over, Kay. I feel like I've peered into her heart a little, you know? And so cold and dark, and incredibly lonely. That person who was giving her all those commands, the one who thought my father was a problem to be removed, that person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring. Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones they're selling for the Jammin' Ninja show. But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome. I understand. I'll take good care of them for you. There's a bit of soil stuck on the ends of these sticks. Oh, I guess it's that time already, huh? So it's midnight, the dawn of another day. Hey, Pops, thanks a bunch. You've really done a lot for everyone all these years. Detective Bad, don't tell me today is the day. Yeah, it is. With this, I can retire in peace. It was down to the wire, and we almost didn't make it. But we did it. We solved everything. That's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring, you, the Yatagarasu, were chasing after. The legend of that Yatagarasu is now over. Mr. Edgeworth, that bit of logic earlier, it was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you. Is it really true, Uncle Bad? Were you also part of the Yatagarasu? As I said to you earlier, Kay, I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you. Uncle Bad. Hey, don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right? Unfortunately, it isn't. Oh, come on, sir. She's just yanking on my chain, isn't she, Mr. Edgeworth? Detective Bad. Wait, no. You are no longer a detective. Mr. Bad, I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu. Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth. Here, I should give these back to you. These are the pages from my KG8 files that the Yatagarasu stole from my office. It was him! He was the one in my office! Motherfucker! Huh? Wait, what? Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night. So the Yatagarasu who stole into my room was you, was it? Wait, then that means what? Just tell me it's not true. That's too insane for me to believe, sir. It's true, even if it's not something you want to hear. The KG8 incident, it was a very emotionally trying case. We stood in that courtroom, Faraday as the prosecutor, and I as the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. Hi, Briefluff. How are you doing today? However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. You was the elder sister of the victim in this case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we realized that there was a limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. That's how we formed the Yatagarasu and vowed to bring to light any dirty dealings company had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano group. Mr. Amano's conglomerate. We called ourselves the Yatagarasu and flexed our collective muscle. We exposed all sorts of shady dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. By doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then, it was finally time. We had finally arrived at the moment when we'd find out the ringleader's true identity. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart. And Faraday, he died for it. But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim in the KG8 incident? After Faraday's death, I looked into her past, and that's when I found out that she was a phony. The victim of the KG-8 incident, Sessei. She never had a sister. What? That means Shihina wasn't the only fake name she used. Callisto Yu was another pseudonym. From the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring. She said it herself. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we stuck onto the page of the case file. Please use it wisely. Trump card? That photo that we stuck on there. Try peeling it off. Behind it slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid all away all those years ago. It's the mark of the Yatagarasu. But why? This is a directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back. This was something Kochin had on him at the time of the KG incident, 10 years ago. What? That blood is from the victim of the incident, Miss Sessei. But why is the card adorned with the mark of the Yatagarasu? The reason why we called ourselves the Yatagarasu was because of the three-legged raven mark that the smuggling ring's boss used. So the smuggling ring boss uses the exact same mark. Apparently, orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it. And apparently, it burns a bright green flame when set ablaze. So you mean the cards are written in Balbae's ink? The fact that the card that Kochin was sent made it into Faraday's hand at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police. So that's what those white cards are. The great thief that used the mark that only those within the ring would know. It was our message to the ringleader that we were only a few steps behind. Trump card. Evidence from KG-8. Card containing orders from the boss of the smuggling ring to Kochin, Shameni Kochin. And one more thing, Detective Gumshoe. I'm entrusting this to you. What is this, sir? This is what I was talking about earlier. During the KG incident trial, Faraday had this in his possession. This important, definitive piece of evidence. But I thought it was stolen. How do you have it? Oh wait, I forgot to add this as evidence. Give me a second. I thought that too for a second, Awario. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna stand up for a second. Sorry to do this to you guys, but I'm smelling something weird and I want to make sure nothing's burning. I'll be right back. Everything seems fine, but I'm gonna make myself a sandwich. I'm really hungry. I've barely eaten today. Okay, sandwich obtained. I'm ready to game. I need seeds. No, I'm a carnivorous bird. I eat ham, meat, and cheese. I'm an omnivore. The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano. And he had it locked and hidden away for all this time. But we forced him to tell us where it was finally, after the other day's kidnapping case. Turkey, cheese, ranch dressing on a sandwich. So good. This video. What? Don't come any closer. I'm warning you. This is the same video as the one Mr. Portsman was trying to conceal from me. This blood belongs to Detective Faith, who was killed in my office by Mr. Portsman. Sadly, it appeared that he was partnered with anyone but a good prosecutor. Right, that was the case, and that was the definitive evidence in the first case. The whitest sandwich. Look, I'm making something quick here. I'm not trying to make, like, rocket science sandwich. Yeah, I would assume that even he was caught up in the ring's web. Amano was preparing to take on the boss someday. And the video was his insurance. That's where that prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw it for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the evidence. And that card was not the calling card of the Yatagarasu, but rather a directives card from the ringleader to Mr. Portsman. The two pieces together make for a strong weapon for whoever holds them. The evidence Mr. Portsman thought to withhold from me, and the one that you stole from my office last night. Both pieces are illegal, and for me to use either one is, whether you use them or not, is up to you. We have illegal evidence, chat! But they will be of help to you when you take on someone who is above the law. Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Detective Bad. There is no limit to the law, for it is the people who determine the limits to them. You still insist that, even now, you really are something else. I'll leave the rest in your hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, the handcuffs. It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Yatagarasu. Pops. Don't ever lose your detective spirit. Pops, why is this happening? This isn't justice. Like I always told you, do not get emotionally involved. Now let's go. Yes, sir. Is this really the end of a legend? To be continued. Alright, chat, we're in the end game now. There's still a lot of this case left. I'm not joking, there's still a lot of this case left. But we're in the end game now. I expect this next part to take like 4 to 5 hours. So get your fucking sit your asses down. We're in for this for the long haul. And remember when I said that this case is going to have a lot of legal loopholes? Yeah, that's going to come in. Hi, Ty. How are you today? I have 6 models now, Ty. Do you like it? Everyone's calling me Bika. I'm trying to beat the Mika bird hater allegations. Exactly. Imagine doing all this at midnight. So now we know who the Yatagarasu really was. And yet, there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved. Like how the weapons cross country lines, for example. The two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Short of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in. Smuggling them in, huh? We will need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. Before we do, I'd like to go through my evidence once more. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Alright, one sec. I gotta take it through and figure out what evidence was removed. I'll let you guys know, okay? See guide, notes on Koji's body, Alabastrian knife is still here. Still here. Battle's female sex costume still here. Codopian paper document, counterfeit bills. The ink is gone. The samurai spear, Damascus 2 note, the Prima Duck statue, passion flowers, samurai dogs. The silhouette lantern is gone. Pick. Misused perfume is gone. Fountain spouts. Photo of the Yatagarasu. Fires in Babal. The Paleno's testimony is gone. Wire, revolving fireplace wall. One second, I forgot to do something. I fucked up a little bit. Handle the knife. I've already removed that one, Awario. It was removed earlier. MRL, we're not presenting something. There's not even a question. Why are you saying that? Why? Hi, Gravitas. They were AFK? Yeah, but why would they assume a question was being asked? That's really funny. And what would be the logic behind the wire in the first place? That's really funny. All right, we're good. There's a VCR here, sir. Now we can see what's on that tape Detective Bad gave us. This piece of evidence from the KG-8 incident hidden from sight for 10 long years. I just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us. Sure thing, sir. Manny Kochin holding the card and a knife. This man is Manny Kochin. And he's holding a knife in his hand. This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. An apartment building? How do you figure that? Unlike you, I actually read the summary file on the KG-8 incident. And the crime scene was the victim's own apartment. So this footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building. At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that this piece of footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes, somehow someone was able to steal it and hide it through Mr. Ernest Adondo. I can see how this would have been a definitive piece and why someone would want to hide it. He's holding the trump card. But it's a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to this case we're working on now, sir. Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage for the ringleader. Where? Where? Wait, what was that? Huh? That bit you played just now. Please show it to me again. What are we trying to figure out now? Yu claims she did not kill either person. There are two bodies in this case. There's one on the Alabastrian side, who is Masty Mask 2 died, and there is Cohen's body, which we found here. Yu is claiming to have not killed either of them. No, I haven't heard that, Darius. What the fuck? That's the first time I've heard of this. Is that like a leak? I don't want any leaks. And then we're also trying to find the ringleader and the person behind the smuggling ring. Well, if there is a new Ace Attorney, you bet your ass I'm streaming that. Unfortunately, that will not be... It was announced in the Capcom... How am I not here? How have I not heard of this? They're preparing something for Ace Attorney? A product introduction trailer on September 29th? Thank you so much for the follow, Flake Fox. How are you doing today? Fuck. No, I can't deal with this right now, chat. I can't deal with this right now. Okay, I can do this. I'm watching the shit out of that. And by the way, just as a heads up, if a new Ace Attorney game is coming out, I'm not going to be making that one interactive like this one. I'm sorry, guys. I will be playing that one live blind. I will be the one solving it because the only reason I'm doing this interactive is because I've played these games before. Like, these aren't new to me. Granted, I've forgotten like everything about them, so they're still entertaining to go through. But I played these games before. But the new one, I will... Oh my gosh, it better be a new game. It better be a new game. If it's a new game, I'm gonna freak the fuck out. I'm gonna freak the fuck out. I'm not even... MRL, this has nothing to do with you. I'm talking about something completely different. Not everything is about you. Okay, that's exciting. That's exciting as fuck. What time is it at? September 28th at 11 p.m. Pacific time. So wouldn't that be like at 2 a.m.? At 2 a.m. Eastern Standard? Why would you do this to me? I would have to stay up till 2 a.m. now. Fuck! It's because it's part of the Tokyo Game Show. It's Japanese time stuff. All right, let's move on. This car. This is something we cannot overlook. Why is that, sir? Look here, Detective Gumshoe. What part of this car is suspicious, chat? Remember, this is a video from 10 years ago. The flag? Hi, Janko. Mika, give attention or tail to hug. Only if you've been a good boy. Man in the window has nothing to do with anything. We already know who that is. A lot of people are saying the flag.
Take that!
This is the national flag of the Principality of Cadopia. And because it has the national flag on it, we know this to be an official government car. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, what was a government car doing there? Ah, Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth. So you were here all this time. Ambassador Alba, thank you very much for continuing the investigation, even at this time of night. Ah, if only I was even a tiny bit more careful. This tragedy would never have happened. I am truly sorry. This wasn't your fault, sir. This had nothing to do with how careful you were. Idiot, Perseus! You couldn't chase after a simple thief! Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that? Excuse me? I've heard you apprehended the thief that turned this emissary upside down. And we are in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. We can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope you can understand how I feel. But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues. Why don't we leave the rest to the Albastian and Balbis police? Ambassador, we are so close, just a little more and... Miss Von Karma, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. This is not always over. He's happy now? Okay, I get it. That's true, however... Without my permission, you can't proceed. As he said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Alabastian soil. In which case, we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends? Shifu, we found Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Shifu, this way! Oh, it's Lang, he's okay. Yo! Agent Lang? You're back on the scene rather quickly. If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor. Agent Lang, why have you returned? Because I have to solve this case no matter what. Well, I'm sorry to inform you. Don't take this the wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, so... Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They're quite capable. At this rate, our investigation really will come to a close. Ambassador Alba, I get it now. I really do. Oh, I'm very glad you understand how I feel. No, there won't, MRL. I don't have that kind of time or energy. Sorry. No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer behind tonight's murder. I knew who the killer is behind tonight's murder. You know? The killer? Do you really mean that, Agent Lang? Wolves don't lie. Then who is it? Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Cochin's murder. That was all Shahina. Lang Zi says, the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was Damask 2's killer? I'll tell you who. It was you, Franziska Von Karma! What? I was the killer! Hey, wait, but that's impossible! Yeah! Although, that whip is actually quite... Yow! Hold your tongue at that ludicrous remark you were about to make. Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder? Yeah, I am. He doesn't appear to be joking. He doesn't appear to be joking. Hey, sis, I remember that just before the Ambassador Alba went to give his speech. He called you into his office, right? Yes, he did, but what does that have to do with anything? I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alabasta and Babal, did you not? And what is your evidence that I am the killer? I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show them to you in due time. Ambassador Alba, in order to bring the case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission? With things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I? Good, then let's move out. Oh, and don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. As if I was have any reason to flee. But what is so well clear, your logic had better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation. She seems rather upset. Not that I blame her. I expected that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that. Ugh. Agent Lang. As someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part. It's so that I may clean up my superior's mess. I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery. Oh, in that case, I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in Alabasta yet. If you let Kay in, then you gotta let me in too, pal. I can't sit around and do nothing when Karma's in trouble. Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay? Okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh yeah, I'm fired up and raring to go. As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over. Sounds like this is gonna get real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride. Very well. But I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance. I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go. Back in the ambassador's office. Okay, now let's first go over the facts one more time. Mandy Cochin's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Babal. The weapon that took his life was one of Alabasta's ornamental knives. And then the body of Damask II, Mr. Kai Shinu, was found here in the Alabastian ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was this Prima Duck statue, and that this is actually Babal's statue. This case, no matter how I look at it... Sis, if it wasn't you, then there's no one else who could have pulled this off. Agent Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you're saying? Of course I do, sis, and I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted any evidence you could find. And so, while people are distracted by the Yatagarasu's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. You and that other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire. Even if that was true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons? Don't worry, I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that, too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons across country lines. Hey now. Look, sis, I thought I already told you, I'm not messing around here. Ah! This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring. But Sheena certainly is tied to the smuggling ring. He is right in saying that she is a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring... could it not be deeper than what any of us can imagine? Ugh. Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already. Francisca, you need to calm down, because you only know the facts of the Alabastian side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole, and therefore solve it. What? But don't worry, I am taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence. That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. He caught the whip, what a badass. The only person who could put Francisca in her fucking place. Sorry, just checking some things. in her place before. Many people have put her in her place, but nobody's caught her whip like that. Of course, your explanation is to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well. Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of Damask II. You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. If you can't figure out how the murder of Damask II is related to the smuggling ring, then it would mean the end of our investigation. As long as I have no good counter-arguments to his hypothesis, then the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, let's get started. Yes, let's. Border crossing weapons. One of Alibeth's knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Cochin. And the murder weapon in the killing of Damask II is Babal's Prima Duck statue. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. So as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Francisca will remain a suspect. You got it, Mr. Prosecutor, so why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck could carry a weapon across country lines? I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Your boss. Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself. What are you talking about? By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Lang Z never said anything to that effect. You prosecutor! Who do you think you are speaking about Lang Z's proverbs like that? Huh. I don't need his proverbs. Because my words are all you will need to see the truth. Alright, chat, what are we doing? Press, present, let me know. I'll just press every statement until we get people having ideas. One of Alibeth's knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Cochin. I concur that this knife crossed over country lines. Good, proverbs, whatever, shut up. But that's not the only thing that did. We mustn't forget about the other weapon. The knife was only one. And the murder weapon in the killing of Damask II is Babal's Prima Duck statue. Correct, Fire Ninja. So you're saying that the Prima Duck statue was also brought over by Francisca. Like I told you before, that's the only way it makes sense. And how exactly did she bring it over? I haven't figured that out yet. It's a rather weak statement considering how sure you are. Maybe, but there's one thing I do know for sure. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. Impenetrable? I should hardly think so. You've seen the top of the wall between the two countries, right? Who in the world could cross over that? Yeah, not even I could climb over that thing with all that barbed wire. The only way into either embassy is through the doors in the Theatrum Neutralis. So the only way for the knife and the Prima Duck statue to traverse the two countries is through those security camera-equipped, well-guarded doors. The only way to traverse the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. Was Francisca really the only person to have traveled between the two countries? According to the guards at both doors, she's the only one to go back and forth. The sis there was in Alabest when the Yatagarasu showed. And then, just before you guys visited Sir Cochin's body, she entered Babal. I think we can assume that's when she brought the knife into Babal. And how do you explain the Prima Duck statue? I haven't quite figured that out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines. The only things to cross the border are the Prima Duck statue and the knife? I should hardly think that those are the only two items, Agent Lang. Alright, chat. What's the answer here? I think Edgeworth's hint here is going to be pretty important. The only things to cross the border are the Prima Duck statue and the knife. I should hardly think that those are the only two items, Agent Lang. Let's take a look through our evidence, shall we? Embassy Guide. Notes on Kochin's body. Alabastian knife. The Yatagarasu key. Babal's Prima Duck statue. Kadopian paper document. A doc related to the smuggling of Balabi's ink. Counterfeit bills. Samurai spear. Because he bent it, Larry couldn't do the early summer rain jab special attack. Damask 2's note. Request to steal the Prima Duck statue. Handwriting matches that of Manny Conan. The Alabast Prima Duck statue. Used to be real, but has been swapped with a fake from Babal. Was used as a weapon. 2 large flowers in bloom. The vines are supported by stakes that are still growing. Samurai dogs. Present for emissary staff. Miss Oldbag took and ate a few from the dressing room. A pick. Found at the open air stage. It looks like a guitar pick. It's also wet for some reason. Fountain spouts. Part of the rose garden pool. Auto refills the water when the water level's too low. The photo of Yatagarasu. Photo taken after the first fire on the 4th and 5th floors. Fires in Babal. The wire. Good length of wire. There are signs that the revolving fireplace wall on the side were used. Hair sticks. Hair sticks with a candy stripe pattern on them. There is some dirt on the tips. Trump card. Evidence from KG8. Card containing orders on the boss of smuggling ring. Videotape. Evidence from KG8. Footage shows Kochin entering the KG8 incident's crime scene. The statement about the two things moving. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. Which number? 3. Can we look at the statue descriptions? Babal's Prima Duck statue. It was a fake, but was swapped with the real one. Is originally from Alabast. Alabast Prima Duck statue. Used to be real, but has been swapped with the fake from Babal. Was used as a weapon. All right, chat, we're gonna, Awario wants to present this. Agent Lang, those two items are not the only two to cross the border tonight. Oh? Damask 2 was killed with Babal's Prima Duck statue, yes. But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alabast's Prima Duck statue go? To Babal! Precisely. And if the two statues really were switched, then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point. Which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the emissaries. I guess so. But you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items, only that the sis is the only one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Alabast and Babal is her. Is that really true? Was there no one else who traveled between the two countries? Actually, there was definitely another person. One who paid a visit to both sides of the wall. Is that really so, Agent Lang? Ha, what a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guards said, along with the security camera's footage. You're not going to overturn my hypothesis that easily. But suppose there was some other way other than through the theater doors. What other way? The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. If I pointed out, it would open up a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, that impossible road becomes a possibility. It looks like you got some clever idea in mind. I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence. Tch, fine then. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me this other route. This piece of evidence will show us another way to move between the two countries. What are we presenting, chat? Badge. I'll just go through them one by one. Oh, whoops. Wario wants to look at this. Looks like Wario and Bakiri are both suspecting this piece of evidence. Any objections? Stevish is also in agreement. Agent Lang, I'm sure you are familiar with this unforgettable photo. Tch, that supernatural photo. Like I said before. Humans can't fly. No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well. And don't start claiming that Shihina somehow grew wings either. I wouldn't dream of claiming that. And I won't allow you to take back what you said either. I'll say it again. It's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. I can but I can't fly either. My tail too fat. So you better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor. Ah. But how could I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait, not humanly possible. Eureka! Very well. You will have your explanation. It sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Let's hear it. The face hidden within this photo blurry trailed shadow is... Well, chat, what is it?
Take that!
Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object, the Prima Duck statue replica. You can't be serious! The Yatagarasu, or rather, Callisto Yu, dressed as Agent Shihina, was inside Babal. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air. Mr. Prosecutor! You left out a very crucial bit in your explanation. I know I did. She launched it through the air? Haha, and how exactly did she do that? He is literally burying his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier? Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? So just before the murder, Francisca was called here right into this very room. If that's the case, then that be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I will need to hear testimony from Ms. Von Karma. Oh, what are you up to now, pretty boy? Earlier, you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her. And for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer. Yeah, I guess I did say something like that. In that case, I believe it's my duty to ask her what her side of the story is. Huh, do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth? How dare you! As I've said numerous times, there is absolutely no proof that I'm the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too. I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time, which is why I'd like to hear about it from you. Ugh. Francisca, I feel that I still don't have enough information, which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case. Alright, so, what would you like me to talk about? I'd like you to please testify to your movements up until you came into this room. Alright, let's try this your way for a change. What if she has to say turns out to be a waste of time? I'll place her under arrest faster than you could howl, no! As you wish. Movements in Alabaster. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian emissary. After I saw the Steel Samurai off his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. Francisca, I want us to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct? Yes, of course. I see. For now, the only way that I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Francisca about her testimony in more detail. We gotta press her. Press all? I can do that.
Hold it!
I thought your duty was to fact-find anything you could about the smuggling ring. Yes, that was my job. But upon hearing that the Yatagalasu had sent a calling card to the embassy, Ambassador Alba called upon us to protect the embassy instead. That incident 7 years ago. But have you forgotten what happened here back then? Ugh. Anything related to that case we were involved in appears to be rather painful for her. It's not exactly one I can readily forget myself. It looks like you remember the case after all. Of course I do. I inspected every location, every possible escape route, and every aspect of the police security's detail. And after that... After I saw the Steel Samurai off in his way towards the ambassador's office. So you were at the theater as well? Yes, and I suppose you're also there as well, watching that stage show. Well, yes. So Francisca was there. Well, after the show was over and I saw the Steel Samurai off, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation.
Hold it!
Why did you need to confirm to the degree of preparation for even the speech? For security's sake, of course. What other reason could I have had? No one knew just how the Yatagarasu had planned on getting in, right? Yes, I suppose you're right. And in the end, the Yatagarasu did choose to appear in the Rose Garden. Even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Ah, who would have thought that she would use a shadow? Calm down, Francisca. She must be still nursing a grudge over the fact that she couldn't figure it out herself. Anyway, there was no one in the Rose Garden. We were aware that that speech was set to start soon thereafter. At that time, Damask2's body had yet to be found in this room. Is that correct? That's correct. But Ambassador Alba was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence. A criminal will say anything to get out of getting arrested. How do we know you're not lying? Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you. Seriously? Like I keep telling you. When I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill watering his plants. I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in my office. Yeah. Alright then, add that statement to your testimony and let's hear some details. So Ambassador Alba was in this room at the time, was he? When I arrived, Ambassador Alba was watching the flowers on the windowsill.
Hold it!
For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants at the windowsill? What do you mean by that? The entrance to this room is on this side. However, the window is on the opposite side. What you say is true, that when you entered his room, his body would have been like a wall. It would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Isn't that not correct? I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him. Yeah, that's primarily because of me being dumb. Give me a second, okay? The formality for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right? I suppose. After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. Okay. Sorry about that. He had obtained them himself. Hide behind, you mean like this? Or like... Or I don't know. Yes. The plants in this room, they're all like my children. The passion flowers in the flower box on the windowsill are glowing beautifully too. All 4 of them are in full bloom. Miss Von Karma, what did you say just now? I said that the flowers are glowing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand? What do I not understand? I don't understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like for you to append that statement to your testimony. Very well. There were 4 large passion flowers in full bloom in the flower blocks.
Hold it!
I'd like to confirm this with you one more time. There were 4 passion flowers in the bloom in that box, correct? Yes, I should hardly think that I have miscounted such eye-catching flowers. There must be a deeper meaning to this statement, and it appears that I must take a gamble on its meaning for me to make any progress. Okay, the murder happened. In light of that fact, but Francis Lescaut in this room before the crime is of incredible importance. This is what you want me to present, right? Yes, it is. Francisca, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence. It does appear that way. Ha! I knew it! I knew I couldn't trust your words, sis! Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this? Yeah, sir. If you keep this up, she's gonna be taken away, sir. Eek! All I've done is state what I saw. I have not made a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I am still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really that important at this juncture, Miles? At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant. Ha, then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove? I believe the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine that flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy. They're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth. I understand. The name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they are actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well and are well supported by these plant supports. Yeah, but no matter how I look, it looks like there's only 2 of them here to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you. Ugh, Miles Edgeworth! Hurry up and shut this man up for me already! I suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't we? Should I show evidence or should I not show evidence? Not yet. I still have a thing or 2 left to examine. This patch of soil as though as look it had something removed from it. What are you doing, Mr. Prosecutor? Why did you clam up all of a sudden? I'm still here waiting for an explanation, you know. Did you know, Agent Lang, flowers are best appreciated in silence. It looks like 2 things are pulled out of this flower box. The sticks? Hair sticks with the candy stripe pattern on them. There is some dirt on the tips. Hey, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. There's dirt on here. It's totally ruining the beauty of the hair stick. I suppose. Why is there dirt stuck to the end of a hair stick in the first place? I believe I have just the piece of evidence you require. Oh, you do you? You have such confidence in the face of your current plight. I highly doubt it'll last until the end. You howl like a wolf, Agent Lang. And we'll see if you have any bite to back up that bark after you see the evidence. The truth is the patch of flowers revealed can be seen in this piece of evidence. Horario wants to present the hair sticks. Shihina, who was supposedly in Babal the entire time, had these hair sticks on her that look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers. And so what? Is really all that important to the case? Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight. Ayah! Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Alabast, but somehow they wound up in Shahina's hands, who was in Babal the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife in the statue. Very well then. I want to hear it from you exactly how they wound up in Babal. How did these support sticks find their way to Babal and why? There must be some reason as to why they ended up there. Aha! So that's why! Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape. It's just another stick, isn't it? And so it is. But the shape of the support sticks is what's important. For when they are used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. And the object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks is... Bakiri and Zoldo are both saying crossbow. Awario has now said crossbow. That's 3 people. That's a crossbow! Wait, you're not really suggesting... I am. These hair sticks, or rather, plant support sticks, they make for perfect arrows. Ayah! I've done it! I found the common thread that connects the 2 offices. But this thread has yet to be completely untangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together. Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all! Border Crossing, Part 2. So Babal's statue was draped in the Yatagarasu's clothes and then shot over here? Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the Prima Duck statues didn't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you? The Prima Duck statues didn't sprout wings. Of course they didn't. Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you're unaware of that crucial fact. It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary to this equation. What? You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind. The Prima Duck statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you. So Babal's statue was draped in the Yatagarasu's clothes and then shot over here. Meme says to press the realist comment.
Hold it!
Of course, and I assure you that my hypothesis is firmly grounded in reality. Ha! Well, all I'm hearing is a fantasy of a desperate man. At times, even reality itself can be a mysterious thing. Even you must admit that. Do I? If it's so true, then why don't you go ahead and show me? Mr. Edgeworth! I think I understand when we were sailing through the air. But when sailing through the air? I suppose that's because you're an expert at things that fly through the air. What did you expect from the second Yatagarasu? Indeed. Now to show Agent Lang what really went through soaring through the air that night. There's no way that a Bika should be able to fly. His wing is too small to get his fat-ass heavy tail off the ground. Doesn't care what humans think is impossible. Thanks, Zoldo. That incredible scene just happened to have been caught on film, resulting in this photo. Ha! What an incredible scene it was. This photo was taken by a freelance photojournalist, right? Yes, so I hear. But not every photojournalist is known to be honest, right? Especially not the ones that sell photos of spirits and giant creatures in tabloids. Yes, I know what you mean. I've seen those sorts of photos many a time in court. But there have been times when those photos have turned out to be telling the truth. If you had ever stood in a court of law, you would know that it's entirely plausible. Ha! You really believe this stuff you're spewing right now? The courtroom certainly is a strange place if what you say is true. There really is something odd about that photo, no matter how you look at it. Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them.
Hold it!
But we are in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct? But just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because these things they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing. No, that's not necessarily true. What? What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions, it's the launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with the crossbow was not the statues themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues. If it wasn't a statue tied to the arrows, then what did the crossbow launch? New statement. I'm seeing a lot of people say wire. Should I present it? Finally, we have reached this point in our discussion, where I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow. I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you're trying to say. You're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot into Mr. Koshin's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Alabastian Emissary down to the 3rd floor of the Balbaese Emissary. If what you're claiming is really what happened, I could see how Alabast's Primadex statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. But then, what about Babal's Primadex statue? The dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babal. Going in the opposite way of gravity from the 3rd floor of the Valaby's emissary up to the 5th floor of the Alabastian emissary. How do you explain that? Aha. I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick work. Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick. I wonder if it's perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head. Motion? What motion? This is the motion that was employed to smuggle. A rotary motion, swinging motion, bungee action. What the fuck? This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Babal's Primadex statue. Wario says swing. Do we agree? It's like my tracker's being weird. You say save here? Sure, I can do that. We got plenty of health, though. Hi, Secret. How you doing? Janku says rotary. Fire Ninja's saying rotary. Awario's saying swing. Now Meme is saying rotary, so we're gonna do rotary. I believe it was done via rotary motion. If the two statues were transported simultaneously. Simultaneously? Get real! The statues would collide somewhere along the way! Did I ever say that there was only one line of wire between the two offices? If you shot an arrow with the two ends of a wire tied to it, a circular belt can be formed. Lang Z says, don't object and call a success what is beyond reasonability. Taking into account the tension difference between the two wires, the top one would sag too much to the point where the statues would collide anyway. Agent Lang. As you know, the Primadex statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure. And the fact that Babal's statue is a hollow replica of the real statue, it would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible. Lang Z says, "Oh!" Here's what I believe happened. Miss Yu and her mysterious co-conspirator set themselves up in two different rooms. The co-conspirator bridged the rooms by shooting the two ends of the wire down on one arrow. Then, the two of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to Babal where it could be disposed of. And to do that, Miss Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock. QED. Ha 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 ha! Grr! This proves it, right, Agent Lang? That I'm not the killer. Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor? The proof is in the pudding, as it were. Pudding is a nice dessert. So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. I agree that as long as there is no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there is one more piece of evidence. One more? This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact? Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor. The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire. I believe that it is right here in this very room. Now then, I believe this is what made the circular belt transportation method possible. Awario and Janko are both saying the fan. Meme now said fan, and Bakiri said the fan, so that's enough for me to go for it. Ha! Looks like you dropped another bomb on us again. The last piece to the trick. Our two pulleys. Precisely. The ceiling fans doubles as pulleys in this case. But thanks to the fact that there is one installed in each of the offices, the ceiling fans make for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run on. Ah! Ooh! This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security. Ha 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 ha! You really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. Dabs. I bet you figured it all out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you? The person who set up this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Alabastian and Balbi's offices, and that the passion flower support stakes could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind this case. Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food. Why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth? If you can't say it is, why don't you present something like you always do? A single point of the finger here, in this case, will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now, but to rush in. There is a piece of evidence that will point us to who this mysterious mastermind is. What am I presenting, chat? The badge? We're not presenting the badge. This is writing from to Damask 2 for Manny Kochin, directing Damask 2 to steal the Prima Duck statue from Manny Kochin.
Take that!
And this is it. Where's my real dessert? How long do you intend to keep it from me? This piece of evidence isn't satisfying at all. Ah, then stop being so picky with your food. The person who concocted the trick used to smuggle the statues. I should already have the piece of evidence that shows who that is. I just have to present it, no matter what the cost. There is a piece of evidence that will point us to the mysterious mastermind is. So the instructions is to steal it? Because Damask 2 failed to steal it. He's kind of a fucking goober. Fire Ninja is saying the flowers. Fire Ninja wants to present the flowers.
Take that!
The smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had time to grow so big that Miss Von Karma didn't even notice the arrows when she visited this room today. On top of all this, the fact that the culprit knew that both offices had ceiling fans tells us that the person has very detailed information on the embassy's layout. So as you may have already guessed, the person I'm accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. Thus, it can only be you, Quercius alba. Are you out of your minds, Miles Edgeworth? I'm certain of what I am saying, and I am sure that he is the culprit. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all that stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? I understand your need to doubt me. However, there is one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, huh? The one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we will finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence. Don't think too hard about this one, chat. Do not think too hard about this one. It's honestly way simpler than you might think. Think about it. Just like let's check the guide. Damn it, what guide? Don't think too hard about this one. Oh, check the guide? Okay. Not sure if you've seen, but you might have a birthday in the chat. I have a birthday in the chat? Whose birthday? Awario is saying the statue. Do we agree with that? Same with a common rider.
Take that!
I would fully understand the reasoning had the situation been the reverse. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real Primaduck statue for the fake, I sense that a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. That's true. He swapped the real one for the fake. Why? And who better to ask for that reason than King Primadux himself? I see. Ambassador, we'll be examining that statue now, with or without your permission. This guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Also, Common Rider Nexus. Is that somebody in the chat right now? I suppose that's possible. Take a look at this area around the base of his neck. It looks like a gap. Hey, you're right. Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret? Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap in its construction. What? Jacob, we examined that handprint earlier. It has Manny Kochin's fingerprints on it. Hurry up and open it, Miles! Alright, here goes. Wow, it really did open up! Hey, what's this thing that fell out? I believe a more thorough examination of it is required. What in the... Is this... Hey, is this what I think it is? It's a plate for making counterfeit bills. Not counterfeit cash. The plate used to make them. That's even more damning. Somehow, it appears that we have long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates, and the reason why the replica was smuggled into Alabast to begin with. I mean, it is the statue that was in Babal. The Prima Duck statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretariat. And the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Shahina, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Damask II. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue at Damask II and... then, in order to frame the steel samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba? You're the leader of the smuggling ring? My country's a mess, and it's all because of you? You're the one who killed Damask too? Answer us! I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. However, there is one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Koshin. Quit screwing around. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guilt onto a dead man. If there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Quercius Alba. It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang. Subjectivity, my conclusion, is anything but, and it's the result of logic and investigation. Logic and investigation? Only seconds ago, you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma. I don't think we can give such flippy floppy logic any real weight, do you? Heh. It looks like you still don't get why I came back. Excuse me? You see, the reason I came back is so that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you. What? It's just like, I demand an explanation. Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to pull you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning. You did? I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most suspicious. But without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in to take another look around. Ah, so that's why you put on this big show to accuse Francisca of the murder. Using Francisca as the bait, you were able to gain us entry and investigative rights. Yeah, if I hadn't done that, I doubt the ambassador would have given the okay to poke around. So that's what all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you. But in exchange for using me as bait, you'll take some responsibility and help us find the truth. Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opening. I thank you. You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow, if we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, that you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic. The evidence detectives collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right? I don't know about all that. But one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man to get what's coming to him. Oh, you're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you? Hey, you were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guilt onto the sis. But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me. Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring.
Objection!
I know, right, Awario? He hasn't yet. Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity. Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like to first see some of this thing you call evidence. Ugh. I tell you, I knew nothing, really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue. You swapped a real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything. It doesn't make sense? Where doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense? Ugh. He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us. The proof that Interpol has been after, which points to this man as the ringleader. If we could somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it justice is finally served. Is there nothing that I could use to break this case wide open? The trump card and the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence. Needless to say, we Von Karmas are committed to achieve nothing but victory, and by any means necessary. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma, and I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law, and what is justice? And which path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is one I must make by my own hand, here and now. Do we do it, chat? YOLO? There is no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law, too, crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this. Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life. It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates. Oh, is that what it is? This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG-8 incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Koshin. Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession? Because it was hand-delivered to me. By a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu gave that to you? Don't talk nonsense. And let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader? I'll have you know that the card is not the only thing I was given. What? This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG-8 incident. The KG-8 incident? The card and the video. These two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate. Oh, very interesting. I must admit, I am very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you presented. The prey that the Yatagarasu has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man who has had a free reign for 10 long years to simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me. So what is this interesting thing you wanted to show me? The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG-8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the card is a directives card from the smuggling ring. This is the section that proves that the card was used to relay an order. Do I even need to ask you, chat? Like, do I even need to ask? Apparently so. Okay, you know what, chat? His hair, his messy hair. Yeah, that's definitely it. No, it's the fucking card. As you can see, Mr. Koshin is holding the card in his right hand. I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. But that card and the one you have, just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it now? Ah, but there's an easy, very way for me to prove that they are, in fact, one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. This dark red blood. Yes, this is your proof. Proof that orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG-8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we could easily verify that as fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building. It's an official Kodopian government car. What? Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage. Enhance! Zoom! Enhance! This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Katopia. Zoom. Enhance. What are we pointing at, chat? Card again? I'm seeing more people say card again. The shape of this pocket and the directives card in it. It tells us that, without a doubt, this person in this car is Mr. Koshin. Ugh. The license plate of the car was also captured by the security camera. And with it, we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago. Ugh. Which is why I could say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day. Huh. You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at that time, that's going to be mighty difficult to prove. How so? The Principality of Cadopia no longer exists. So naturally, all records from that time period also no longer exist. He's going Ultra Governor! Bro entered phase 2. That arrogance. What he really means is that he's already erased all traces of them. Are we finished here, boy? Bro's got his own theme song, chat. The only weapon I have left to me now is this piece of footage. There must be something here that I could use against him. Is there something in this footage that we could use against him, chat? Have a new theme. Badge and Meme are both saying this. Do we agree with this? For once, we present a badge.
Take that!
What the? Ambassador Alba! Yes, what is it? You were once an army man in the service of Cadopia. And it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct? Why the sudden backhanded praises, boy? Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were rewarded to me during the era of Cadopia. But now, I am the only one who owns this particular medal. In that case, the only person who can be sitting in this car is you. How do you figure that? By the medal captured here in this footage. It is clearly the exact same medal as the one on your chest. What? What? This is how it will be, but I won't look back. For this is the path that I have chosen. Ugh. His face crumbled. What the hell? By the way, chat, I'm gonna warn you right now, okay? Shit's gonna drag on a lot. This guy is the final boss of Ace Attorney of all final bosses. We have to go through a lot, okay? You fucking ready, chat? Sit your asses down. This ain't over. And it's not over for a while. This man is a piece of shit. And it's gonna take our whole asses to take him to jail. So you get your fucking butts down and we're gonna logic this out like real lawyers. From what I read, Meme, it literally just forces you to present anyway. There is no alternate path there. You've moved me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth. Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me? It's almost looking possible, isn't it? For the lot of you to have come this far. It looks like I just might lose our little game this time. You might lose the game this time? You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador. Is that a fact? Very well. I've decided to confess and admit my guilt. You're going to confess? And I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result. What the? Regarding the Damask murder to murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense. You're claiming it was justified self-defense? Damask 2 attacked me, and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him. Ha 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 ha! What a pathetic performance. Ha ha ha! I'm not giving you one. Wow, you two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times. If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we will need some evidence. It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll prove it. The man left a mark on me when he attacked. What? I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense. I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should. But Damascus didn't have a single weapon on his body. Hold on, something to get worked up over because I hid the weapon. You hid it? I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it's in self-defense. And I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek. My special bonsai trimming shears. Oh, it's covered in blood. He was trembling quite badly during our struggle. But that's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense. Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth? Since he has both a wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so. No way! Oh, which reminds me, I guess there's still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on. No, MRL, it's not happening. Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you. The murder of Damask II was done in self-defense. In my trials, no man escapes his crime alive. Perhaps so, if you were my opponent in court. However, there is one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten. And what is that? Ah! Oh, that's what you mean? Extraterritoriality. That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Alabastian soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts. Agent Lang, what is Interpol's stance on this? Agents investigate. That's our job. The judgment of people who have confessed to their crime, that's the court's job. Ugh. And I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even on your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts. That arrogance and your expression, that's nothing like the face of someone who's ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands. These crimes you all speak so seriously of, to me, this has all been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Alabast has numerous other emissaries in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game. These 2 layers of protection that extraterritoriality provides him. This is why he's one of those who cannot be brought to court. You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers. There's nothing we can do? To be continued. We're not done yet, chat. It's only just begun. Let's get her done, chat. We've got a long road ahead of us still. 2 more parts, yes. There's this part and the next part. We're getting to the end, but we're not there yet. This might be a 7 to 8 hour long stream. Who knows? I can't believe it, sir. Extraterritoriality. Yes, and there's nothing we could really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice. I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him. I know. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of. We can't even give an evil guy like them a slap on the wrist. Then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? The law can't help us. Then I'll go as the Yatagarasu and take care of this myself. Don't you dare. Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry, that was a bit too harsh. I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador after all. He did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of their country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job. What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack? Come on, everyone, we can't give up yet. Okay. I want you to think about something for a sec. We've never let up for even a second, and as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here. She's right. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You're right, Kay. Very well, let us reopen the investigation and see what we find. Come on, Kay. Right behind you. Okay, then I'll go check up Babal a bit more, sir. And I have something that I need to investigate further in Alabast. Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Passion Flower's data erased from my organizer. I was just removing some evidence. Ambassador Alba seems agitated over something. I sense there is something he doesn't want us to investigate. I wonder why. There are 2 special circumstances to surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastian soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him. Cool, it sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want. And murder Damask 2, run a smuggling operation, and make counterfeit bills, apparently. But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Kochin and Babal. Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. But it's the same story over there anyway. Babal also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point. The ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country. Really? No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here. So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we? We might stand a chance if we could somehow nullify either one of his special rights. This was taken just before the 2 ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. Wait, is it just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Mr. Poleno has a really great smile, don't you think? I bet he was really happy that they were going to become Katopia again. Perhaps. But instead, he became the greatest victim in today's case. An ambassador like him who was always thinking of his country is really to be admired. Yeah, although it happened, I hope they'll be able to reunite the country someday. I hope so as well, but for that to happen, we need to solve this case first. We need to see to it that those who would harm the new Katopia are locked away. And we will! It appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses. Wow, you even know the exact species? I never would have figured for an expert on flowers. Ugh. It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month. Just look at me. I sound like some sort of botanist. So, what exactly is this yellow flower here? That one... I'm not sure. What? You don't know? As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. But I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before. We could deduce, chat. Do you see anything here that could be deduced? You all look over this picture and do some thinking. I'm gonna go get some water, because I kind of really need it. I'm not gonna go full screen so that you can look at the picture. I'm back, motherfuckers. So what have you guys figured out, if anything? What have you nerds figured out? The handle, as Steve-ish is saying, the guitar pick. I do have a very nice tail, don't I? Don't I? I definitely have an awesome tail. I get it. Don't worry. Go with the knife? Nepal's national symbol is the butterfly, and Albas is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide a tree in a forest trick. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle on this knife! Ah! Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Koshin. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis in the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. The flower motif. It looks like one of the flower petals is missing. Oh, and take a look at that weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal. And the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as the murder weapon. I can't believe he was pretending to be harmless old grandpa. Talk about deceptive. I don't suppose anyone expected it to change that drastically. I bet he's thinking of something evil behind that cheery smile. Kate, please try to remain calm and focused on the here and now. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I got all worked up there. Well, the only way we're going to be able to steal the truth is if we keep on investigating. There's that troublemaker standing there smack dab in the center making two peace signs. Wow, the Steel Samurai stands on even more than the two ambassadors in this picture. Oh hey, the person playing the Steel Samurai is one of your friends, right? ... No, I have no idea who he is. Wait, but you must just said he. You knew which gender he was, so you must know him, right? I beg that you please refrain from talking about that person with me ever again. Damn, poor Larry. These flowers are sent by Global Studios. Global Studios? That's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television show. They have been producing a hit after hit recently, so the studio is being remodeled. Oh, I read about that in the papers the other day. That mascot of theirs is also getting a facelift too, right? What's his name? You mean Mrs. Monkey? Yeah, I thought it was something like that. You really have a great memory. Never underestimate my powers of recollection. I don't think any of those fit together. Hello, and welcome to the Embassy of Babal. I'm sorry, but I don't really need to enter your country at this time. Right now, for a limited time here at the Babalese Embassy, we're offering very special Experience the Terrifying Fire Ashes Tour. So how about it? Shall I sign you up? We're fine, thanks. We have an investigation to run. Wait, are they trying to make tourism out of the fucking fire? Okay, you know what? That's fine. Yes, they are. It's a backdrop they used in the Steel Samurai stage show today. I loved the climax of that show. Steel Samurai Sushi Slash! That was the first time I've seen that special move. But, well, the Jam and Ninja stage show's climax was much better, of course. Oh, is that a fact? That scene where he sang for Princess Mislota and gave her those hair sticks? I could totally feel the love there in my heart. Perhaps the Jam and Ninja is just more popular with female audiences? Nothing bad ever happened to the Kennedys. On the orders of Ambassador Alba, no one is allowed into Alabast. But I thought a lady with a whip passed through here not too long ago. She is from Interpol and had the proper paperwork. So while I was reluctant, I had to let her in. Sounds like Francisca's alright. Besides, if I didn't, that whip of hers... Yup, definitely Francisca. Honestly, there's nothing else for me to examine, so there must be something logic that I can do here. We've got agitated Alba. There's something he doesn't want us to investigate. Counterfeiting op. Use Balbanese Embassary's printing press and Balbanese ink to make counterfeit bills. Renovations. The Balbanese Embassy is undergoing renovations from top to bottom. Anything there, chat? Agitated and renovations? The pieces don't fit together quite right. Chat, I'm washed. You're so washed. We're actually starting to get somewhat low on HP, so I'm gonna make a save. Anything else here, chat? There's not too many options here. Whoops. Sorry about that. A Twitter video auto-played for a second. Agitated and counterfeit. Nope. This is literally the only option left. That was literally the only option left. We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy press. But the necessary materials, such as the Balbies, ink, and paper, must have been hidden in a secure location. What do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun? Well, he probably had to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all. Right, so we can assume that the renovation was the cause for the plate and Bill's disposal. And the reason Mr. Koshin was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? Well, chat? We can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and Bill's disposal, and the reason Mr. Koshin was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? Come on, chat. There's really only one realistic answer here. One of them we know is kind of a good person, and one of them is dead. We have two people saying Koshin, and now two people saying Alba. Who will be the tiebreaker? We're gonna lose health for this chat, and we're starting to get pretty low. Granted, we'll get a health boost at the end of this. It's totally Paleno. Wow. Come on, we need a tiebreaker. Kolias is the guy who is basically the ambassador of whatever the country's name is. I kind of forgot the country's name. Babal. Manny Kochin is the one who was running the printing press for the smuggling operation, and he was murdered. And Quasius Alba is the ambassador of the Alabastia. Of Alabast. Come on, it's still tied, chat. Koshin? The answer is Mr. Koshin himself. He was the smuggling ring's boss, right? So maybe he had a lot to gain because of all the money. But in the end, he was killed. It's kind of sad, really. I suppose there's some truth in that. No matter how much he may have profited in life, he really didn't gain much in his death. But that being the case, there really is only one man who gained from everything. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? It's the one person who had been erasing all the evidence of the smuggling operation. From both emissaries, the co-conspirator who is mopping up, Ambassador Alba. Awario, the question was, who has the most to gain from everything that happened, including his death? It's Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Koshin. I'm sorry, Wario. Alba could conveniently place all of the guilt for the smuggling onto Koshin. I wonder what the logic connection here is, chat! I wonder what it is. The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find, and the motive for killing Mr. Koshin. Miss Yu said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Koshin was killed. And you mean Ambassador Alba's the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends. Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Koshin was the one who first betrayed their friendship? Oh, I get it. Wasn't Mr. Koshin pushing really hard for Mr. Paletto to be ambassador after the reunification? Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alabest's Prima Dux Pass statue. So Mr. Koshin hired Damask too to go steal it for him. But when Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Koshin? It is definitely a possibility at this point. Those who really were thinking of no one but themselves. But the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Alabest. Mr. Koshin's body was discovered in Babal, right? Right, and that is what we must solve next. The 3 white tie, you knew it was Alba? Wow, meme, you're a bitch. You cost us health. Why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated? It has to have something to do with where Miss Koshin was killed. A place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Balbi's Mr. Koshin. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder is... So, chat, where did he commit the murder? And then look at the history again. Why was Ambassador Alba so nervous and agitated? It must have something to do with where Mr. Koshin was killed. A place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Balbanese Mr. Koshin. Where would that be, chat? Where was Koshin found again? Here. In the embassy of Babal. Right around here is where he was found. But obviously, if it's asking me this question, I don't think it would be the obvious answer there, would it? Don't think too hard about this, chat. Where the place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder, a place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Balbanese Mr. Koshin. Think more about this question here, and think about the how later. Focus on this, and think about the how it happened later. Meme says Theatrum Neutralis. Whereas Fire Ninja says 5th floor Alabast. 2 people are saying this right now. So unless that changes, going once, going twice.
Take that!
The only place that makes sense is here, at the Theatrum Neutralis. What? Here? The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that both of them would have been in is here. But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land. So that wipes out one of the extraterritorial rights he has. It makes logical sense, in which case, it is a reason for us to investigate further. So what should we check out? Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Alabast and Babal post-haste. Babal's records should be easy to obtain. However, the problem will be Alabast. I wonder if they would allow us to see their records despite the order to vacate. I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth. Francisca. I have here the security footage from both Alabast and Babal. You would do well to take a look at its contents. Footage of the entryways into Babal and Alabast from the Theatrum Neutralis. You move fast. Let's take a look at it before they have a chance to talk about it. 521. Seems pretty normal. There's our man. It's the Iron Infant. And the Babal side seems... whatever. Avant Kama strives to be perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babal investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case. I'm sorry about earlier. We won't be beaten. Because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he? Hasn't she patronized me enough already for a lifetime? So this video contains footage from Alabast immigration screening area. I really hope there's something in here that we could use. Which minute's footage should I examine? Well, chat. Doesn't something about this lump shape strike you as odd? Huh? Isn't it supposed to be this shape? No, there's clearly something odd about the bulge. If only we had the pushcart itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch. Next, let us check the footage from Babal's security camera. I hope it shows us something good. Phooey. There wasn't a single sign of a suspicious person or anything. That right there is the contradiction. Huh? Did I miss something? You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Koshin entering his own country. Oh, shit! But wasn't his body found in Babal? It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself. Yes! Give me my health back! Yes! We have health again, chat! Ambassador Alba! I thought I asked for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth. Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil. You've had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say that you've even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done, and it's game over. No. Where do you think you're going at this time of night? After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret. So I'm heading to the airport now to return home. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There's still too many issues we need to discuss with you. You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it. Ugh. Please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba? Ambassador Paleno? Even just a teeny tiny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know. Very well, if you insist. I will play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any farther. Ambassador Paleno, Mr. Edgeworth, all I wish is for the normalization of relationships between our countries. But there's one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Now then, what is it you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question. That's more than enough, because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Cochin. Oh, I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun. This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by. Ambassador Alvin, frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabas the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in football. That is my alibi. So that is your alibi. That is correct. It is simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Bahalal. Now that we've cleared that up, I'd appreciate it if you moved out of my way.
Hold it!
I said hold it. What is it this time? I thought I'd only allow you one question. Huh. You did. But you still have yet to really answer my one question. What? Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing. Very well. I'll play with you just a little longer. Miles Edgeworth, as my subordinate and my representative of this country, prosecutors. You are forbidden to lose! Of course. That is something I've understood from the start. That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he? Yes, I believe so. The goal of the first Yatagarasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader. My father and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on. Through me. And that's why we've just got to catch him, okay? We will. I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have it the truth now, shall we? No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. Here we go. Press all just to waste his time even more. Aware is telling me to press the last statement, so I'm gonna do that.
Hold it!
You insist that it's not possible for you to have killed Mr. Cochin in Babal. And you are correct. Oh, I thought you would put up a bit more of a fight. But if you must concede to me, the only thing I'm conceding is that it's not possible for you to kill him in Babal. I am not conceding that your alibi is the truth. Oh, I see. However, no matter how hard you try, know that you cannot crush my alibi. It would be wise not to underestimate a prosecutor of this country. Huh. We'll see about that. So Mr. Koshin was a friend of Ambassador Alba. If that's true, then why did the ambassador kill him? It's not like in the case of my father where he ordered someone to do it. The problem we have here is that we don't know what that exact relationship was. Indeed, if they had complete trust in each other, then there is no motive for murder. However, both men were very selfish, and I believe that is from where this motive arose. Alright, let's press it all. Being the leader of a smuggling ring while taking on the duties of ambassadorship. Don't you think that his combination is more than enough reason for suspicion? Then there is the matter of the crossbow arrows and the Prima Duck statue. Yes, the last statement is 4.
Objection.
All that is nothing more than your flights of fancy. What do you mean by that?
Hold it.
It is not a hypothesis. Earlier we proved to be what happened. Well, let's leave it to one side for now. Because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive. Oh, so you really had no reason to kill Mr. Koshin? If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me. Even if that's how you see things, I'd appreciate it if you would take me seriously. I'm sorry. I suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. Very well. A game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim that I had no motive to kill. Now let's see you disprove it. How could he stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being? Well, I'm not gonna let him stand by and watch him get away with his crimes. In that case, what motive would have I had to kill my co-conspirator? I think I just forgot to add the security footage. Regardless, this seems to be we got a new statement here. So this is very likely the statement we have to present on. What motive would have I had to kill my co-conspirator? We did just kind of deduce his motive a little bit earlier, but how do I prove it? Bakiri is saying the plan to steal the statues. Are you talking about this? Is this what Bakiri is putting forward? Yes, Koshin is the guy we think Alba killed, and we're trying to figure out a motive for why he would want to kill Koshin. Well, why don't you make it formal? We got plenty of health for once. We gained all our health back. We could do it, chat. We could do it. If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Koshin had betrayed you. But you had your own reason too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess. I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument. I never use guesswork in moving my case forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Koshin's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The content of the note is a request calling for the theft of Alabest's Primaduc statue. By killing him and pushing all of the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him. Are you finished with your hypothesizing? Excuse me? Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right? I didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin. Now then, if you'll excuse me. What? What? I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question. Ah! Ambassador Alba, if you please can give us just a bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man Manny was. He was my subordinate. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death. That is something for Babal to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to. Now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Poleno. I'm very sorry, but it seems that even my voice falls on deaf ears. There is no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Poleno. We must find some way to stop him from leaving. It seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home. Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba. Okay? Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Yatagarasu's legacy will live on through me. Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving? You just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this? No, and why should I recognize that tattered old organizer? Wait, where have I seen that before? That is a clue my father, Brain Faraday, left for us. Did you say Brain Faraday? I can't pronounce names today right now. Mr. Faraday's organizer? Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG8 incident. The one in which he wrote about the Yatagarasu's key? Yes, this organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Miss Yu kill 7 years ago. I have no idea what you were talking about. You say that like it was related to me. Inside this organizer, he wrote every detail of every evil thing you did. What an amusing little girl you are. That sort of trickery won't work on me. If you won't believe me, then take a look at this. And what is that toy there? This thievery device was used by the Yatagarasu, or rather, by my father. 7 years ago, he used this when we snuck into this embassy. What? These two pieces of evidence that hold information to the Yatagarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabest, right behind you. Little girl, get to the point. I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these two pieces of evidence. Yatagarasu, ever the thorn in my side. Damn, what a Giga Chad. Okay, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings? It's nothing case-breaking, really. Ah, then it was just a bluff. Even if it was, we still can't let all that info my father and Uncle Bad found go to waste. Plus, just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him. Those two pieces. Aren't they keepsakes of your father? It's okay. I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come up on top in the end. Okay. When the going gets tough, Someone's got to be there to put the wind back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning until you give us further testimony. How dare you all, barring a person like me. Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please. Alright, but this is the absolute last. Then even you use all the power of an Ambassador Paleno's office, you won't stop me. I can't let this opportunity Kay has created for me go to waste. The last time I met with Mr. Koshin was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabas the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Koshin again after that. So you see, there's no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Wait, what did you say? Sorry about that. Now, since you people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me. What an arrogant old man. Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us. I will warn you, though. You've reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions, and you will be punished. Chat, we take double health damage now. It's over for us. It's so Jover, chat. This is where I make a save point. So any needless pressing or presenting will hurt our case? In that case, the only thing you can do is present the correct evidence. Understood? Of course. I don't intend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Koshin was killed before he went to Babao. In which case, there is only one statement to which I need to present the evidence. You got that, chat? Pressing is also going to damage us. The last time I met with Mr. Koshin was here, at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabas the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Koshin again after that. So you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Amazing. Diplomats really do know how to craft answers that don't answer anything. So if the only place he met the victim was at this theater, then when was he killed? We know that Mr. Koshin didn't return to Babal alive, which means that the only time he could have been killed is when they were both here. And that means that he was planning to kill Mr. Koshin from the start. Press everything? We don't have the HP to press everything, meme! What are we doing, chat? The statements beforehand made it very clear that we probably need to present evidence. Present the camera feed on 1? We should take a look at some of our evidence. The push carts. The security footage. The commemorative photo. Alba's wounds. Counterfeit plate. The videotape from 10 years ago. Trump card. Be careful, chat. We'll take big damage. You're already damaged? Honestly, same. I've been damaged my whole life. Which is the one saying he only met him there? It's the first statement. Because the guy's in the cart, we need to use it to prove he killed him in the theater. Meme wants to present the security footage here. It's probably one of the pieces of new evidence we got. We've got a push cart. Steel Samurai pushed this to Alabas from the dressing room. The bulge is unnatural. Security footage. Footage of the entranceways into Babal and Alabas from the Theatrum Neutralis. Commemorative photo. Taken at the Theatrum Neutralis, the murder weapon can be seen in Mr. Alba's bouquet. Alba's wound. Abinator Album claims as proof he was stabbed by Damask too, so it was a justified defense. Counterfeit plate. Found within the fake Prima statue Alba, smuggled into his country. Videotape. Evidence from KG8. Footage showing Kochin entering the KG8 incident's crime scene. Evidence from KG8. Card containing orders in the boss's smuggling ring to Kochin. Okay, there was enough people who said yes, so I am going to present the security footage on this statement. That statement directly contradicts this piece of evidence. Does it now? Not that it really matters to me either way. But you are really sure my statement contradicts that piece of evidence? Ugh, judging by his overconfident attitude. I guess this piece of evidence wasn't related to a statement after all. Mila Zedgeworth, you can't chase him down with that kind of evidence. Yes, I know. I must think calmly and rationally about this. Because it's not impossible to take this man down. Awario, it's not a big deal. I made a save point before this. Save scumming is a thing in this game. Need a hint, chat? Need a hint? You agree on pushcart? Awario is shouting no. Awario, do you have a better idea? What's your plan? What do you want to present? No to the hint? Oh, okay. Chat, I'm gonna give you a small little tip when it comes to Ace Attorney games. You are thinking far too ahead. You are thinking 3 steps. You're thinking like steps ahead of where the game wants you to be right now in terms of your thought process. Rein it back a little bit. We have no evidence that that pushcart has fucking anything in it right now. Even if we kind of intuitively know what's potentially there, we have no evidence of that fact. You cannot. You are like 3 steps ahead of the game right now. No, it doesn't. My health. But that's impossible! Prosecutors of this country, are you all prone to pointing out non-existent contradictions? How frightening is to think that it might be true. Can we reload? Yes, we can reload. Let's get our health back. Let's get all our health back, chat. You have no idea? Don't overthink it. Remember, the main thing we're trying to think about right now is to prove that it was possible. And there is something we have that shows that. You're not thinking ahead? You were not thinking at all? All of that relying on intuition that Coach's body is in the cart. Just lording it over us way, man. I'm not trying to do it like that. Why do you think I'm trying to say it like that? Like why is... I'm a little confused as to why that is your first thought. When in reality, I'm just talking in an enthusiastic way. I think it's only sounding that way because you might be taking this too seriously. I mean, no offense to that. I'm just saying. Anyway, what do we got, chat? What's statement number 2? After that, I was in Alabas the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Koshin again after that. So you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Slowly opens Google. No! Meme, no! Bad meme. I slap you. Where did he get his injury again? He got his injury, at least he's saying he got his injury when he engaged with Masked in Mask 2, who stabbed him in self-defense. Or he stabbed him, and then he killed him in self-defense. Ow! Why would you do this to me? Chat, I have work tomorrow. So I might have to give you hints in the interest of my time. In the interest of my time and the fact that I have to be in the office tomorrow. No sleep challenge. Please no. That's so nice, meme. That's... Ah! Hi, Starsplat. How are you doing today? Where the fuck did that yell come from? Don't worry about it. Bit tired, but you're good? Good to hear. Anyway, that was wrong. I apologize. Fuck this game. Oh shit, my stream's dying a bit. Okay, I think there's a little burst of lag there. Not sure what was up with that. Don't picnic. Don't picnic, chat. Don't picnic. It's been doing that the whole day? Really? From what I can see, I have 0% dropped frames. That should have been the only time it happened to me. Stevich, I think other than that one, that's you. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So let's look through the new evidence we got recently. We got the push cart. We've got the security footage. Footage of the entranceways of the Babel and Albas from the Theatrum Neutralis. A commemorative photo. Taken at the Theatrum Neutralis, the murder weapon can be seen in Mr. Alba's bouquet. Hey, Latcherville, thank you so much for the gift sub. That is where he shot. Ambassador Alba claimed as proof he was stabbed by Damask too, so it was justified defense. We got the counterfeit plate, the videotape from the KG8 footage, trump card, crossbow arrows, neither hair sticks or support stakes, they're actually crossbow arrows. Revolving fireplace wall. There are signs that the revolving fireplace on the Babel side has been used. Wire. Samurai dogs. Fire in Babel. Photo of Yatagarasu. Albus Primaduk statue. Samurai spear. Damask 2 note. The pick. Found at the open air stage. It looks like a guitar pick. It's also wet for some reason. Fountain spouts. Part of the rose garden pool. Auto refills the water when the water level is too low. This photo. This commemorative photo is in the Theatrum Neutralis. The murder weapon can be seen in Mr. Alba's bouquet. You want to present this photo on 4? I'd like you to take a look at this picture. It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations. Oh, it's commemorative, all right. Oh, and that it captures proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder. Awario, I'm gonna ask you a quick question. Why is this photo frustrating to you? I'm genuinely curious. Because it makes sense. It shows him in the theater literally holding the murder weapon. Which means, yes, you did have the opportunity to kill him there. You had the murder weapon. I'm just a little curious as to why that frustrates you. An anxiety thing? It might be? I'm just a little confused about it. Because, like, it makes the perfect sense in context. Being about time. By the way, this same objection would have worked if we presented it on statement 1. But yes, no, the reason no Wario is because there's no time frame where I could have killed him. But you are currently seen in the theater, which is the same place where the victim was with the murder weapon. So yes, there was a time period where you could have killed him. That's why it works. Does that make sense? They'll explain it. Come again? This is the knife that killed Mr. Koshin. I see you recognize it, as well as you should, for it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it among the flowers you were to give to the Steel Samurai, meaning that you killed Manny Koshin here, at the theater. It's time for me to catch my flight.
Objection!
We're not through yet.
Objection!
The photo nor the footage says a thing about Koshin being there. We know Koshin was there because everyone was there. And also, in his statements, he said... One second, where is his statements? Like, one of the statements said he was with... Like, Manny, we knew Manny was at the theater. Like, that's a known fact. Statement 1, yeah, I think Statement 1 mentioned him being at the theater, and that they met each other there. Anyway, but I thank you for the entertainment. Ugh. No matter how passionately you rate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again. That's right. This man is an ambassador, and he has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court. Yes, that's exactly the face you should be making. The face of a worthless cur. Ugh. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell. Ugh. The courts. Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Is this really the end?
Not so fast!
Agent Lang! Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor. Get out of my way. My plane is scheduled to take off soon. Extraterrestrial rights. Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba. I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang. Sorry, but no, it wouldn't. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked. What do you mean, revoked? Spare me this nonsense, and let me through.
Not so fast!
Lang Zi says, before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Interpol headquarters and the Imperial household of the Kingdom of Alabast. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it. The Imperial household? What have you done? You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba. What? Effective today, effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this. The video that the Atagarasu protected. You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador? In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of detainment philosophy, Lang Zi. Hey, got him. For thousands of years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off. It can't be! I don't believe this! My ambassadorialship has been revoked? Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing. Woohoo! Looks like he's turned docile again. He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield. What a shame. I had so wanted to use my whip on him. Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador. Do you really think you can still pull that on us now? We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are. Mr. Alba. Yeah. Blah!
Objection!
No, I won't be stopped now. He still intends to fight us? So what if I am no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains that you cannot arrest me. I expected no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Understood. You say that I killed Mr. Koshin in the theater, but even if it's true that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left that bouquet in the theater, so anyone could have taken it out over there and used it, right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here in itself is odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babal? Are you claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Preposterous. I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Duh. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war. Alba's Alibi, Part 3. I killed Mr. Koshin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there. Besides, Mr. Koshin's body was discovered in Babal, right? There is no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babal. Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender to? You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you? As if I care. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, boot this guy out of the emissary and we can finally end everything. I know, and I will give it to my all that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he's just another witness. Yes, just another witness. All right, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy and get him good. I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony. Bakiri says to present the push cart on the last statement. Do we agree with this logic, chat? There's no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babal. And he wants to present a steel samurai pushed this to Albas from the dressing room. The bulge is unnatural. It's just one Y to confirm it. There was enough yeses. Actually, I do believe there was a way to transfer the body out of the theater. And this is what I meant, chat, when I said you were thinking ahead of the game. This is a very common Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney syndrome called you're 2 steps ahead of the game. It happens to everyone. You're like, you've solved the case, but the game still wants you to do it like bit by bit because they need to assume that everyone's not ahead of the game, because not everyone will be ahead of the game like that. It's like, it's very hard to make a game that doesn't account for that. But yeah, you guys are just a little ahead of the game there. Perhaps you should give this a look. What is that supposed to be? It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of immigration era. Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it? Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every movement. Thank you for the warning. Now, if you could take a good look at this section here. This lump here inside the pushcart. Do you know what's causing it? Should I? Because I don't. In that case, allow me to enlighten you. Then this is what I meant. I mean, some people might not get it, Aurelio. I like talking. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth in the pushcart. Professional yapper, yes. What's the cause of the unnatural lump, chat? Body. Corpse. The corpse. Dead guy. Deceased. Any objections to that? Yeah, I don't think I need to. This is like pretty obvious. What is the meaning of showing me that? It's to say that the unnatural bulge in this pushcart is Mr. Koshin's body. You had the Steel Samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene. What a guess! But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it. I admit that for now it is but a hypothesis. However, if you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people. Sorry I took so long, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. The fucking legend! Look at him! With the exact cart! The boy! Gummy! Detective Gumshoe, is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart? Yes, sir. I found it in the open air stage area. So that's where you went. The detective spirit that Pops left me with. I thought that I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. Give this man a fucking raise. Don't you need to go to work tomorrow? Yes, I do. And no ment. How are you doing today, by the way? It's only 11 o'clock. I'll fine. We'll finish this game tonight, don't worry. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is this worth anything to the case? Yes. It just might play a major role in solving this case, detective. But something isn't right. I thought that the entire samurai family was in Alabast. Where exactly in the open-air stage did you find this pushcart? I found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir. Oh? Well, let's leave it at that for now and examine the inside, detective. Yes, sir. It's blood! This must be Mr. Koshin's blood. Which only goes to prove that Mr. Koshin's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Koshin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. Where he pulls the one thing we need? I know, right? And then he doesn't get a pay raise. Like, what a fucking... You forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. I forced him to move the body into Alabast? What nonsense. Why would I bother to do such a thing? You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babal. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast. No! If I can show you how you move the body from Alabast to Babal, then I win. But you can't! The security between the two countries is incredibly tight. I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so I ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after your return to Alabast. Miles Edgeworth, have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved? To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I've made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Which means there is no question that can't be answered, right? The Prima Duck statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer to how the body was moved? Which means that there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit. After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with a Steel Samurai, shaking hands. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatakarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasures, so I raced back to my office. Pretty short testimony. Is that all? Yes, that's all.
Objection!
It looks like you left out a few things. Such as the murder of the Mask 2. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with the me in your office. Ah, those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I do so hate to waste time. What? You. Is not every life precious? Do you really need me to answer that for you? People like you cannot allow to wander free through society. Then you'd better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction. He's really full of himself, isn't he? Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this? Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you'd like. What are we doing, chat? After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with a steel samurai, shaking hands. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasures, so I raced back to my office. I can't find a single contradiction! Mr. Edgeworth, he's totally dead on the inside, just like a hollow tree. You're the only one that can cut him down to size, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. At this point in time, we lack the information required to fight back properly. Mr. Prosecutor, you might just say the word and I'll get him talking for you. Don't forget that we have plenty of ways to get him to talk. We've got some real scary people on our side, huh, Kay? Well, I'm all ready to help out, Gummy. How about you? Can't believe you're even getting into this. In that case, I'm ready too, sir. Everyone, please calm down. I'll think of something. Are they threatening violence on him? Jump him!
Hold it!
So why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around. The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended that she rest. Wow, so you do have a soft side after all. The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels. Oh, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh? But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over? You did need to keep up the act no matter what, I suppose. The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech.
Hold it!
The Yatagaras was just a trick that you had set up. A most amusing joke. Now, how do you propose that I set it up? If you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the rose garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatagarasu's shadow. Oh, that is an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me. You. What's it gonna take for you to fess up to anything? Ugh. Very well then, let's move to a different question. After the Yatagarasu appeared, what was the state of the rose garden? Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then once everyone was inside, well... I feared... Ah, fuck. I didn't want to see this again.
Hold it!
And what happened after you returned to your office? I don't want to keep on repeating this, however. Upon my return, I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into Masked Man. And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name was the Mask 2. Who cares what he was called? By the time he got the Prima Deck statue that he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man, being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue. Francisca's fucking pissed. You're curious what it'd be like IRL? I think the scary part is her silence while she's doing it. She must be at the limit of her patience as well. The physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. Ugh. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he's actually guilty of anything. Are we finished here? Milo Zedgeworth! How could you not come up with how the body was moved to Babao? Sir. Mr. Edgeworth! Even after proving so much, is he going to get away with it? Is this the end? Hold it! It appears that we made it just in time. Oh my gosh. It would be a great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle. Evil magistrate, it's time for you to pay! It's the Steel Samurai? No, you are mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of the old Tokyo. And this is Pink Princess Mommy. Edgy Poo! Ugh. The two people that I wanted to see the least. Larry, what are you two doing here? Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. We just wanted to help. Yeesh. I'm gonna get the bad guy with a single thrust of my spear. Go away. How could you be so mean to us, Edgy Poo? All three of us came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us? Well, isn't this grand? And I see they managed to find the Iron Infant. Does that really matter right now? Hey! Is it just me, or is the Iron Infant completely soaked? Oh yeah. I found him in Babal, but he was in the middle of the pool. Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said. It appears that we made it. Not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babal? And he found it in a pool? I don't recall there being one in Babal. Oh, that. Well, I was in Alabest the whole time, so I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babal. I thought I had lost him in the Rose Garden. But I guess maybe this cute kid could swim, huh? Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden? Are you sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure, but I found him in... Hold it. That's enough, Larry. The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the countries. The key to the road and the Iron Infant to travel from the Alabus to Babal is... Well, chat, there's no penalty for a wrong answer here. Wario is saying bilateral symmetry. By the way, what this is referring to is the fact that the two buildings are symmetrical. The two ambassadors. They are identical on either side. That's what that's referring to. Enough people are saying it. Ah, that's right. This embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir? There is a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. It is where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Koshin body lies. Does something like that really exist, sir? An embassy built on bilateral symmetry. Meaning that this is where we need to examine. Where are we examining, chat? Unfortunately, no, Pixel. Opposite of pool is where Bakiri's saying. Right here?
Take that!
Yes, sir! I'll be back before you know it! It's too late. It doesn't matter now what you do. It's all a waste of time. You will stay here with us and wait. This is Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, it's here, sir. There's a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden. You can, technically. Just as I suspected. What is it? The two sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other, which means that there is also a pool at the corresponding location on the Balba East side. Mr. Kocha's body was moved into Babal through the pool in Alabist. Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any. The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of a pool. And not just any pool. It was the Babalese one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true. The water reservoirs in the two countries are connected. And where is your proof that the two sides are connected? The proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned Iron Infant. What? This blasted doll! Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back. Hey. Don't tell me. You guys figured everything out without me? We did, thanks to this hero of justice's son. Even if he is just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, look, I don't want to say this, but it's kind of unlikely that the body just happened to pass through the tube of Bao. This guy's a doll and he's small, so I could believe he made it, but he has a point. Yes, that's right. I'm glad somebody here understands. Mr. Edgeworth, are you going to next propose that a dead body can swim through a pipe? You see, Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over. Agent Lang. Why is he helping Mr. Alba out now? He's not. He realized the flaw in my argument is helping move the logic along. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer. And another thing. Mr. Kocha's body was found in his office in Babao. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open-air stage? Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babao, remember? You mean Shahina, right? With her there, you could see how it was possible to move the body up to the office. Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connected pipe with the body? He's right, Mr. Sheena would drown if she did that. It's hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe. It looks like your hypothesis about how the body was moved is still only half-baked. In the end, it's all just befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body. Thanks, Pixel, I agree. What? Mr. Prosecutor, recall Shahina's movements. Ugh. What was happening in the embassy around the time Miss Sheena was in Babal? Ooh, if only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool. Get rid of the water? Aha, that's it! Now I believe this time we really are done, right? Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba. You are a most persistent man. Are you saying that you've thought of a way to move the body through the water? Move the body through the water. That is completely unrelated to how it's done. Excuse me? The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time. What do you mean there wasn't any water? Just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved. Well, chat, what are we presenting here? Hey! Sparky, thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing today? I don't think I saw your message, no. Oh, I've considered that, Sparky, but I'm kind of taking a break from Street Fighter 6 for a bit. I just checked your message now. Alrighty, but thanks for stopping by. Why is there so fucking... Because this is the final case of the game. Okay, everyone's saying fire.
Take that!
Tonight, the Yatagarasu set fire to a variety of locations in the Palbese emissary. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border. Huh. So what? The water level went down? The reservoirs were connected? Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this. Huh. Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical, game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game. I haven't lost yet. I found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your defeat. Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route. I know that. I should have figured that you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway? I'll have you know that those pools are extremely deep. And there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either. It would be difficult for Shahina to hold the body and climb up out of the pool. Ladders or footholds along the walls? There is no need for such things. What do you mean? If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down the pool at will. Oh, it looks like you've got an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already. The way in which Miss Sheena and the body were able to rise up to ground level. If there was a way to control the water level, that could be the way the body was moved. This was used so that the body of Miss Shahina could move up and down in the pool.
Take that!
This, Mr. Alba, is what you used. I don't recall ever using that. I don't think that's really applicable, do you, Mr. Prosecutor? I don't understand how you think at all, Miles Edgeworth. It would appear that I was wrong. I beg your pardon. Please allow me to present you with another piece of evidence. Look over the evidence again. This was used so the body of Miss Shahina could move up and down in the pool. Just gonna slowly shift through this. I'm just waiting for it so that I'm going to be pausing on evidence so that I give you enough time to read it. I'm seeing a lot of people say the fountain spouts. Part of the rose garden pool. Auto refills the water when the water level is too low. Are we presenting this, chat? I saw a lot of people bring it up. Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts, in a manner of speaking. He used the fountain spouts? How so? The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Miss Shahina and the body were lifted upwards by their buoyancy in water. The fire on the Babalese side and the firefighting effort. These were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Koshin's body. Ugh. Yeah, basically, the pool is empty, they go down, then they walk over, and then the spouts fill it back up. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance in preparation of things to come. They're explaining it. Okay. Then, he took the pushcart that was bought to the rose garden and pushed it, along with the Iron Infant and Mr. Koshin's body, into the pool. At this time, Miss Shahina was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Babal. She then made for the open-air stage pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in that pool, the water level went down and down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe to the two pools was exposed. This is when she pushed the pushcart from Alabast into Babal. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more. And the water level rose up to its original level, along with Miss Shahina and the body. This is crazy. Welcome to Ace Attorney! It's always crazy! After that, Miss Shahina used the pushcart to carry the body up to the secretary's office. This is and trust me, this is tame compared to some shit that happens at Ace Attorney, man. There is an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see. Even with her small frame, she could easily transport Mr. Koshin's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. Ugh. No! Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? No such untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you? I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back. You accuse me of moving the body across country lines? But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to addict me. The nitty-gritty? What does that old man want now? Proof, I believe, is what he seeks. Yes, proof. Without any, who is to say whether or not any of what you said really happened? He wants proof? What are we gonna do, Mr. Edgeworth? There is no need to worry. I've had all the proof we need all along. Why am I pausing? I was just reading something. The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connecting pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage area, so too did I find one other item there. And that piece of evidence is what will prove the pools were the smuggling route. This was another thing that was smuggled over to Babal's open stage area. What is it, chat? What else did we find that shows proof of being smuggled in that route? It's not the prosecutor's badge, chat. It's not the fucking prosecutor's badge. Stevish is saying the pick. Pick. Found at the open air stage. It looks like a guitar pick. It's also wet for some reason. And Bakiri is saying the key. The Yatagrasu stole this from the emissary 7 years ago. It is also a knife. So anything? Wario and Pixel are both saying the pick.
Take that!
That's enough for me to go for it. And what exactly is this? Huh, you have no idea, do you? A lot of you were saying it already, so I figured I'd go for it, okay? Like, you all confirmed it already. Fuck, like, come on. This little piece that I found on the Balbi's side will be your undoing. A guitar pick. Would you care to explain how that's going to do me in, as it were? Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick. What? This is something I found at the open-air stage, which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it and all. But since you don't, allow me to show you what this fragment from the stage area belongs to. What are we presenting, chat? Steve is just saying the knife. Awario is saying the knife. Pixel, that's not it. Meme, it's not my fucking badge.
Take that!
Let us take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Koshin. On the handle of the sight, there is a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal. Ugh. Now let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick into that open slot. It's a perfect fit! I assume that the petal must have fallen off in the flower during Mr. Koshin's murder. And then it was accidentally placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Koshin's body. Ugh, that's an interesting story, nothing more. Huh. Oh, I assure you, it's more than just a story. Because for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it. It was wet, you say? Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from it is the open-air stage's pool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon, which was smuggled into the theater, wind up in the open-air stage on the Balbi side of the emissary? I don't think I need to waste any more ways explaining, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Gardens pool on through into Babal. Impossible! The people of Zangfa have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home they're there soon. You should be happy. Why? Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning, when you took your first life. No matter how you may plot, or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you. You can't call what you've given a perfect argument. You know, I don't think this guy is going to ever admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth. Because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with, or people who refuse to admit when they're lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist, because everyone breaks eventually. You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all of the evidence I have. I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. This really will be the end of the line. To be continued. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. As if there's anything else for me to testify about. I still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Koshin. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theatrum Neutralis. Very well. I suppose I could tell you about that. Because all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show. Elaborating that on even that alone is good enough for me. The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place. For that is the key to this investigation. The Steel Samurai show. The hype music's playing! Get hype, chat! I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes are seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them. So you were in the theater proper, watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you? Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai. Yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I? You're not the one who was cool. It's the Steel Samurai who is cool. Yeah, and the Steel Samurai's special finishing move today was really something, huh? Hey, Edgy, who is she? Who is this super cute girl? She's been standing here the whole time and only now he notices her? Oh my gosh, Larry, we don't have time for this. Her name is Kay Faraday, and she's helping me in my investigation. Sorry, I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but never late than never. Yeah, it's okay, I'm Larry, but... Silence in the peanut gallery. There is no time for such trivialities at a time like this. Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle. You got that? I know. This is the end. For that man there. Ha ha ha! Now that's the kind of thing that I like to hear. This BS plays out. I think I'll give you a trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather, Mr. Edgeworth. I leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Have no fear. I will finish the job. This really is the end game. The time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies. Rebuttal. I absolutely adore the Presto themes in these two games, dude. It's so fucking hype when you hear this song and you're like, this is it. This is the fucking end. Let's get that bitch. And the remixed version of it is so fucking hype. It really feels like you're at like the final battle. Let's start by pressing everything, so we can hear this song more. The last row? I should think that an ambassador would have a special seating reserved. I wanted my staff to enjoy the Steel Samurai's show as well, so I gave up all of the good seats for them. It was enough for me to simply see him. Hey, the Steel Samurai wasn't the only hero. Let's not forget about the Prig Princess here. My dear madame, if you continue to thrust about like that, your hip may begin to hurt again. Oh my, well aren't you the considerate person when you want to be? But this young butterfly's on the side of edgy poo. So you can spare me the flitterous come-ons. Wow, he's completely frozen. We got a dance chat. Okay. In frustration, perhaps, I dare say she could be one rather trying opponent. In any case, Mr. Alba, can you actually prove to us that you were watching the show? I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose.
Hold it!
Are you admitting then that you have no way of proving to us that you were watching?
Objection!
Quiet, you buzz in the ear like a pesky little fly. If you don't wish to listen quietly up until the end of what I have to say, then perhaps you should pack up and get out of my way. Ugh. Huh. I see that you're willing to be a bit more receptive now. Well, it's true that it may be difficult to prove that I was out on the audience. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you?
Hold it!
Huh. Well, I remember the contents of the show as well myself. That's nice. That's nice? Miles Edgeworth, don't go allowing yourself to be riled up by them at this important juncture. Ugh, I wasn't planning to let him. Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. And didn't you think the climactic scene of today's show was just totally awesome? Yes, I remember that well. And that spectacular special move. The way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate. Early summer rain jab. Oh, that scene will live on my heart forever. Is that how it went? I totally forgot about that. How could you forget your own special moves? That's the special attack that the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear. Yes, and today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I answer you with the name of the move? I suppose you are correct, but if you please, elaborate on this point for me. One of the scenes was the never-before-seen early summer rain jab move.
Hold it!
Early summer rain jab was a move that was to be unveiled today. And because I saw that brand new special move, I believe it confirms my alibi. How sad. The only way he's got to protect himself is that he watched the Steel Samurai. I guess this guy really has nothing else left. Yes, and to avoid arrest, you could bet he'll say or do anything. But with all of us here, there'll be no escape for him. No more pressing, Mr. Streamer. Yeah, we'll find a way to bring him to justice. Now then, let us continue with your testimony, Mr. Alba. I see a lot of people yelling the Steel Samurai special move and the various other scenes. Wow, this man is going to jail because Larry's incompetent. This is what you all want to present. That's really fucking funny though, right? This man is legitimately going to jail because Larry is a fucking buffoon. The special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer?
Objection!
You little irritating gnat. Do you think you could trip me up by asking the same question over and over? That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this. The Samurai Spear? What about it? This spear actually never made it on stage today. Excuse me? Heh. Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness. Sometimes you need the stupid, yes. Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Hey, do you remember what the Steel Samurai special move was tonight? It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash! Correct. Because he couldn't use the spear, a last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known the move that was used. Ugh. Bro wasn't at the shoot. Alba accounted for smart people. He didn't account for dumb people. True. Perseus Alba, you didn't watch a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show tonight, did you? Good. Aha, so if he wasn't watching the show tonight, then it opens up the possibility that he was busy killing Mr. Koshin instead. So where were you during the show? I demand an answer, now. Just what's so funny? You're so sloppy, and so are your conclusions. I still insist that I watched that show, or most of it in any case. What do you mean by most of it? Ah, you see, during the show, I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assume that that's when that dramatic scene was played out on stage. That's the lousiest, lamest excuse I've ever heard in my life, pal. Ugh, just because he got the name of the move wrong. We can't really use that as proof he didn't watch the show at all. Ugh. As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I wanted to watch the entire show. Honest. As a Steel Samurai fan, for someone who wasn't even in his seat for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan ever. Oh, Edgeworth is triggered right now. Edgeworth is a real fan. Who was that just now? It would be I, young lady! Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like that? Edgy, please hold on for a second, I beg. You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel Samaniac. What the fuck kind of term is that? What exactly is a Steel Samaniac, pal? I believe he meant to say Steel Samurai Maniac. Yeah, trust me, I know a real fan when I see one, because I'm the Steel Samurai. I will never acknowledge you as the true Steel Samurai. What are you getting worked up over, Mr. Edgeworth? Goofians, so true. It appears that the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan. As well as he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was a most amazing show filled with the spirits of the young and the young at heart. The sarcasm coming from his long wooden nose couldn't run any thicker. Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder of Mr. Manny Koshin. You know what, Gramps? You're really something else. I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what is it for? Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. That move is a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about. Wait, it was a secret? Larry, wait, what did you just say? Huh? Did I say something stupid again? Did you say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret? Well, maybe I shouldn't have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show. Right before? Yeah, the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw up on the dressing room whiteboard. Early summer rain jab. It's kind of how we decided on the name of the move. But by that time, I'd already bent the spirits. I guess the whole thing was kind of pointless. This man is really going to jail because of Larry. Yes. Yes, he is. All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy. Long story short, because we changed the move to the sushi slash, we kind of pretended that the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret. So basically a gag order was issued for publicity's sake. Almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art. Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of the move. Hold those lips of yours still. What the heck, old man? I've done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. It's also very tedious and pointless exercise in wasting time, much like a kid's show. Lost media, wow. Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you. How dare you? I suspect that you already noticed. exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony. Huh, so now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read in a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show. Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Quercius Alba. You were the one who said it yourself, that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab. But that name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start. So, just what are you driving at? That the name of the move you told us was never used in the show or said aloud. Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of the move? Because I can only think of one way you could have known. Quercius Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of the special move. What's the answer here, chat? Asked about it, thought it up, saw it. Stevich says number 1. Bakiri is saying number 1. One more person saying number 1 and we lock it in. Meme said saw it. We're locking it in. You knew the name because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. The staff members who knew were keeping it a secret, so you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked, which means that the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard. So that means that Mr. Alba was in there at some point, right? What's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means. There is another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room, so we can't afford to let this slide. This is related to both the dressing room and to Mr. Koshin's murder. What evidence, chat? Aisu says, the cart. Steel Samurai pushed this to Albas from the dressing room. There is blood inside.
Take that!
This pushcart was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the pushcart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there, along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. And then, right after the show ended, it went into Alabast, along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage. So basically, the killer had to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show. Precisely. Ah! Oh, but wait! What if, and this is just a what if the murder took place right in the dressing room? What do you mean, Kay? I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people. Slipping undetected into a private dressing room would be simple as pie. The killer must have come up with the idea to move the body with the pushcart then, too. Correct, thus making the theater's dressing room the ideal location for the murder of Manny Koshin. I love this Kurt Cornered theme so much, by the way. It's such a good song. Quercius Alba, during the show, you went down to the dressing room. And I want to know why. Hi, Kite. How you doing? What did I miss? A lot. Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room. I knew it. I'm placing you under arrest right now. You got that? Arrest. Not so fast. What is it now? Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself? Explain? What is there to explain? I believe I told you earlier that I went into the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. I wanted to ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. And that's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard. You punk! Still trying to get out of this? Do you really think you could get away at this point? Mr. Edgeworth, is there anything that you could do to stop him? Ugh. I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. If that's what I need, then perhaps... Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room is in question is in order. It's possible that we might find new evidence there. Yeah, if Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there, I'm sure he'll find some new facts, pal. Ooh, and we can use Little Thief. We may even learn something from the recreation. We don't need to do any of that. What? Wolfie, how could you... I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we've already searched there. My men really are something else. And they found nothing? There's only one thing I can say to you, sis, and that's that they found nothing. That's it. I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us. They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find. And if there's no info to feed into Little Teeth, then I can't do much help either. Is this the end? The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. Is there no other course of action left to us? It would appear that your hands of cards have turned out to be a bust. Now, if you'll excuse me. Because of you people, I missed my flight. Now I must make haste to arrange for a new one. Who is it this time? Hold it right there, you whippersnappers! First Larry and now you? What is with that scary mobster-like scowl over your face, Edgy Poo? Just don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance, just because you are. I've been meaning to say this, but all of you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You're all leaving this lady in the sad, depressing, lonely dust that I'm about to cry in. Why did you have to speak up right at this instant? But you know what, Edgy Poo? Cheer up! Because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing. The most wonderful thing from you. So super special that I couldn't give it away just to anyone, you know? Ah, my special present of love to my sweet Edgy Poo. Are you ready? It's this. It's a box of those samurai dogs, right? Yes! Oh, Edgy Poo here! Go on and eat one and you'll feel right as rain! Are we through here? Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgy Poo! Tell me you understand the depths of this lady's love for you. I'm not the one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know? No, sir. The thought occurred to me that maybe it would be good if you were nice and full one day. It's my dream to serve you some of my own homemade food. I mean, isn't it a desire of everyone to make sure that their beloved never goes hungry? That's what I want to say. That's what I talked about. Maybe this is what it reminded me. I was a star age back then. And Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do anything about her? There is no power on earth that can force that woman into silence. But I'm so sick and tired of it. All you people do is look down on me. Even this box of samurai dogs played me for a fool. It had a special design on its fan, like the Japanese flag, so I thought it was special. When I ate one, it just tasted like all the rest. Oh, it made me so mad. Wait, a special box with a Hinamaru-like fan on it? I've never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. However, there is. The red sun on this fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs are piled up in the dressing room floor. However, there is no such thing as a Hinamaru dog. This contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet does. The rays from this red sun may be just what we need to point us in the right direction. A present? The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all up in the pushcart just to move them. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Koshin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then, you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. It's time to put the final pieces of this logic puzzle together, no matter how fragile or small the connections may be. Once we find them all, the weight of the truth will be revealed. Boxes of samurai dogs are sitting in the pushcart. The killer placed Kochin's body in the pushcart in the dressing room. Taken from the dressing room, their fan's red sun is filled in for some reason. As we're going with what Wario said there. The killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first. Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled up on the dressing room floor were most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer. That which should not exist. This box of samurai dogs with a Hinamaru on it. If this red sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing samurai dogs from the pushcart, then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it to be. Wendy Oldbag. I thank you. What have you given me is truly something very special. Edgy poo! Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir? Mr. Alba, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Kochin in the dressing room. How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence. That arrogance, that self-confidence. You believe that you've erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here, and it is what will put you away to good. Ha! You're bluffing! Oh, hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sounds like you finally found them? You finally found the fangs we needed to go after this guy's jugular. So tell us, what about that box of samurai dogs is going to put the old man away? The trace evidence that will bring him down? Why, it's here, of course. This box of samurai dogs with the Hinamaru fan on it. This should never have existed. So I want you all to take a good look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood. Huh? What? Blood, you say? Agent Lang, I'd like this blood analyzed post-haste. I've got to admit, I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe we found blood in a place like this. Hey, you, get this down to the lab, pronto. But why was there blood on that box to begin with? If we think about the flow of crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said that you transported the samurai dogs with the pushcart, correct? Oh, yeah, you have a great memory, Edgy. That pushcart was a bit too big for my son, you know what I mean? So to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in. I figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart. If what Larry says is true, then when the boxes were doing on the floor... Ah, I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart. Exactly. And that is when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box. But when my men investigated that room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there. Because embassy staff members had already confiscated them. Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder. It's a good thing Miss Oldbag managed to steal that one box before they got to them, huh? Looks like Miss Oldbag also managed to put this great thief to shame. What a scandalous way of putting that. I didn't steal. I received it from myself. Perseus Alba, I say this is one is very, very fatal oversight on your part. Sorry to rain on your little love fest, however. How can he be so self-confident in a no-win situation for him like this? Even if that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Kochin, then what? Huh. So, Mr. Edgeworth, it sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh? The sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime. That alone has shed light on a new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room. And? You say that like it means something. Huh? Excuse me, sirs. Report. What were the results of the analysis? Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood. I knew it. With this Perseus Alba.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question. Your question? The one from before, or have you forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Koshin's blood, what difference would it make? Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was that dressing room. But it doesn't prove that I'm your killer, does it? That's... He has a very good point. The blood on that box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba is the killer. But then, this evidence is meaningless. That can't be. We were so close, sir. I want to smack that smug look off his face. Come on, there's got to be something we can do. I know, right? Zoldo, I warned you. We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose it with. Ah! I can't think of a single thing. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way. Who was that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now. It wasn't me, pal. And it wasn't me this time earlier. It wasn't me either. It was me. Why did you... Because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, sir. There's more? What? Hurry up and spit it out. Yes, sir. That blood I mentioned. It's not of the same blood type as the victim's blood. What? No! What? What do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, then who the hell's is it? I don't know, sir. All I know is that it's not the same blood type as the victim's, sir. What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore. Neither do I. My, what an amusing turn of events. That blood drop proves something to be true, all right. Namely, my words. And which of your words would that be? The ones where I said it's your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. That blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Need I remind you that the blood got onto that box long before it entered my embassy? What sort of nonsense? Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder. So you'd like to believe. But what if someone preparing the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then? I guess that's possible. Damn it, have we been wasting our time on a red herring? The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough. Perseus Alba, you bastard! Silence. Don't you ever address me with such filthy word again. I wasted enough time here with you, and you have your answers. Now let me through. Alba, it doesn't matter where you run off to, you'll never escape me. Someday, I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you, you'll see. And all of Interval will be behind me, working to see to it that that day comes. Do you know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a mutt. Arrgh! Is this really the extent of all that we could do? Is the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility? Someone else other than the victim? Just when I thought I've had him backed into a corner, it is I who have been backed into one. In a situation like this, what would that man do? What would he, who could turn any desperate situation around, do? Turn it around. That's it! I must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood is this. It's whose blood could get onto the box like this. And if I think of it that way, if the blood got onto the box where the body was being placed in the pushcart, then the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at that time. And there was only one person that could be. Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids that I was removed from center stage, and will be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Freedom like what the raven feels as it flies through the dark night sky. You can't lay a finger on me. Not now or ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me. Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you. What do you mean? Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful. Pitiful. How so? Perseus Alba, your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who was trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you. Ha, mere words. What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth? Just what you think it means, Kay. We had already caught him in our trap a while back, with an incredibly powerful, definitive piece of evidence. Hey, Eartha, Mr. Prosecutor, care to speak in English? The Phoenix Wright point. What are you talking about? What piece of evidence? The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood. But we know that's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all. Miss Von Karma, I believe that is exactly why it's very important to the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. You're looking a little pale. Good. Then I believe you are already aware of what I mean. Then you know who the blood belongs to? Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that soiled this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person. I'm pretty sure I saw you guys already talking about it. Should I just present it? Yep. I don't think there's much debate on this one.
Take that!
The blood of the red sun on this box belongs to you, Perseus Alba. What? Why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even a victim. The blood fell into the box when Mr. Koshin's body was being loaded into the pushcart. At that time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer. So that's what you mean. If the blood doesn't belong to the victim, then there's only one other person it could belong to. Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion. It was never officially revealed. It just kind of ended up in our evidence, Fire Ninja. But Mr. Koshin was the one who stabbed, sir. Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding? What if during the murder, Mr. Koshin had fought back? You mean, if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Koshin managed to wound Mr. Alba? Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves he was bleeding then. What is the piece of evidence that shows that Mr. Alba was probably bleeding at the time? I don't think this one takes any, like thinking at all.
Take that!
Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound. That was from when Damask II attacked me with a pair of scissors. Yeah, and that happened way after he was in the dressing room. Ah, but is that what really happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as fact. Shall we try a test, Mr. Alba, and see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors? You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single thing slip you by, no matter how insignificant the possibility. You're one to talk, Mr. Alba. You've managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as the smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are a one-of-a-kind criminal. I am the master of my fear. However, to think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing. You believe I've overlooked something? You said that my wound was caused by Mr. Koshin, and that it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right? Yes, that is correct. I'd like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one that could only come from a blade. I wonder where you would propose that such a weapon came from. Ah, this is the theater was packed with security guards. It would be impossible for anyone to come into Isisteria with a weapon of any sort. Just as Mr. Alba was able to bring in the Alabastian knife in a bouquet, There must have been some other way to sneak on a weapon of some sort. Ah, but as long as you can't prove what the other way is, all your talk about Mr. Kochin stabbing me is pure nonsense. So if that other way does exist, you better hurry and tell me now. With pleasure. Wait, what? The piece of evidence shows us how Mr. Kochin brought a weapon into the theater. The penultimate evidence, chat. As I slowly reach down and press the button.
Take that!
Along law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatagarasu key. That key! That's the key that my father stole from here 7 years ago. And it is very unique in that it is both a key and a knife. Meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have been easily brought into the theater. Ugh! You couldn't dispose of the knife that stabbed you. Therefore, you wiped off the blood and placed it back into Mr. Kochin's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. And inside that safe, there was a document about Kadopian paper, signed by Mr. Kochin. In order to make it look like Mr. Kochin died as the leader of the smuggling ring, you had to make it so that the police were the ones who opened that office safe. All that hard work to save your oath only served you to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife's blade with your wound, Mr. Quercius Alba? And that is what some may call the coup de grace. Impossible! You can't take me down! Swine! All of you! Especially Manny Kochin! This is all because of that man's betrayal! He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring by removing me as an ambassador! Which is why he deserved to die while bearing the guilt of all my crimes for me. No, it's coup de grace. I pronounced it right, Aisu. Sorry. It's French. Coup de grace is the correct pronunciation of it. A lot of silent letters in that. You are the French person here? I'm pretty damn sure that's the correct pronunciation. Is it really? No, I gotta Google this now. Coup de grace is what I know as well, yeah. I'm Googling it now. Here's something from Cambridge Dictionary. There's a US and UK pronunciation.
Coup de grace. Coup de grace.
Are you sure about that, Aisu? Wait, what? I just played it, though.
Coup de grace.
That's literally... That's how I pronounced it. There's no sign... Whatever. I never said the P. I said coup de grace. Whatever. I don't care anymore. Coup de grace. Okay, yeah, you're right. I missed the S. Okay. You're right. I did miss the S. Okay. But I was correct about the P being silent. I said coup de grace. You're right. It's coup de grace. It's not that it's important. It's that it's interesting. But I had yet another reason. It's another story that was supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to a close. And I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling prosecutors. Did he really just say that? Did he really just pull a fucking Scooby-Doo on us? You piece of shit. Fuck you. Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there's one more question I forgot to ask. This country, or Alabast's, which country courts would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you. Edgeworth! Holy shit, he's gonna hit the final flash. Woo, this is it, the big day. It's Mr. Alba's trial today. And next week, he's scheduled to stand trial in his own country of Alabast. Francisca is heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whiplashes at it. Having to face Miss Von Karma in court right after facing you, sir? I don't even want to think about what that would be like. I caught a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted into the courthouse. And boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking. That flight attendant and even Mr. Portsman were all Mr. Alba's secret agents. Correct. That smuggling ring was the common thread between all of the incidents. Cammy Mill was provided support during smuggling ops, using her job as an attendant. And Mr. Portsman was to manipulate trials related to the ring to end in their favor. Ugh, Go You Airlines and even the prosecutor's office? No one was safe from the smuggling ring, huh, sir? I suspect, though, there are even more members of this ring spread throughout the world. Yeah, it sounds like such a big op that I can't even begin to imagine what it's like. What is it, detective? Nothing. It's just... Well, come to think of it, Mr. Ernest Amano's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir. I'm aware of that. Mr. Amano has been working with the smuggling ring now for over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. But all of that has come to an end as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Amando a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society. Well, with the arrest of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano, I guess that about wraps up the KG incident as well, huh? I suppose so. The real killer in the KG-8 incident 10 years ago was Manny Cochin. And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KG incident was Macrel. Those two facts are unshakable truth. However, it seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. And I will expose it all at the trials today. You're solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir? Seseyu and Deadman. Perhaps now, these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Paleno. Shrimp, crab, beef. I don't eat any of these, so I'm giving them to you. What? Seriously, sir? Wait, actually, I don't think I want them anymore. The way you're holding them. Don't tell me they're just coupons, sir. Detective Gumshoe, have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Cadopia again, its economy has changed. Really? And it seems that Ambassador Paleno has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He has been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Cadopia. Ah, but what a pity. Even though every item is sent a treasure, you don't seem all that interested. Well, if you don't want them, I could give them to my lovely assistant, Kay. Wait, that's not what I said. So, Mr. Edward, please let me have them, sir. Actually, come to think of it, where is Kay? How come she's still not around here? Hey, you've got to be more alert than that! Yeah, Phoenix Wright all the Phoenix Wright needs to do is find someone whose name is Mr. Am Innocente. That's all Wright has to do. And he's good. I can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit. I totally didn't notice you or realize that voice was you. Lang Z says, ferocious love blooms with each new spring. Agent Lang, a pleasant surprise to see you here. It's been a long time since I set foot in a courthouse, but I wasn't gonna miss watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. Well, that and something else. I want to see you in action in court. Is that so, Agent Lang? You flushed out all the counterfeit bills, so Zhengfei is finally at peace again. And it's all thanks to you, so I just want to say thanks. Mr. I didn't see omit crimes. I never thought I'd see the day old Wolfie says thanks to Mr. Edgeworth. I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. If you hadn't negated Mr. Alba's extraterritorial rights, I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to the both of us in this case. A shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong. I'll still never forgive you, prosecutors. And I have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about in court. I've always done things my own way, and that's not about to change. You got that? I see. I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job. Yeah, and if there is ever someone your precious truth can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. Is some goober like pain? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, Steve-ish, they are, and that's a problem. My chat has no... Like, whenever I say something stupid like that, it always will get quoted. It's, like, inevitable. And it ends up overloading them. What I'm trying to say is pick better moments, chat. Alright. It's about time for the trial to start. I will see you later. I'll be watching your performance from the gallery. I'm looking forward to this. I've prepared a whole ton of ticker tape for today's victory, sir. I'll help throw some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins. Pick better words? Shush. Hope you got enough, because I'm going to call my men up as well. A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. The scene shifts to the courtroom, and the final act of this long tale begins. Those oh, shit, I didn't realize it was auto-playing. Fuck. Prosecutors are those who seek a guilty verdict for the defendants they meet. And to that end, you have no choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed was forced on me since I was very young. I no longer think that's all we prosecutors are. And that is because... Even though I've only been away from the courtroom for a short time, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I put foot in one. Today, more than any other day, I feel the fight within me rising. Alpha's going to hell. Yay! We won. We did it. Tomorrow is Zelda. I really am in Mr. Edgeworth's depths for the other day. Thanks to him, I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. Oh, so about my suitcases. I've been selling them on the internet, and they've become a real sensation. Thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern. The airline has chosen me to design their new line of Go-You jumbo jets. Uh-oh. Just think, someday you will be able to take a ride in my pink-walled, yellow-seated jet. No. No! No! What have we done? She should have been committed for murder, chat. Edgeworth? Ah, that rudeness of a rude man. Because of him, my time and money is wasted. But more importantly, I've received the most fantastic treasure sheet. The Prima Duck statue of the Principality of Cadopia. It weighs a bit light in my hands, but the ambassador for Lano was most generous. He gave him the fake one. He gave him the fake one. Ayo. We finally caught Agent Hicks' killer, and I was able to witness Mr. Albus Tilly's eyes. It feels good to finally bring everything to a close. I received another offer from Interpol to work another case in cooperation with them. However, the Cadopian courts await. Cadopia's air is supposed to be very flesh, so the ship should find you bigger there. I don't think you have, no. Other than Lava Dragon Shell into a mimic every single object. LMAO! This little patrolman has been fired as of today. I thought I was safe since we found the gun I had dropped. But I hadn't noticed that I had dropped my police badge too. I guess what really broke the camel's back was that I couldn't find my badge. My little life has suddenly tipped into a dark black hole, sir. I think I'm going to the courthouse and file a complaint with Ruffles Man. Damn, poor Meekins. Hopefully we get a new Edgeworth game someday. We're gonna be playing the sequel after Zelda, Kite. But I've got to get going and return to Europe. I've still got a long way to go and a lot of stuff to study there. Next time I help Mr. Edgeworth on a case, I'm going to do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's going to need all the help I can give him, scientifically. I love these games, dude. It's hiding diamond, but that's really okay. The only person I'm forever trapped in is this cage of love. The guard down at the detention center. Well, when he's on guard duty, he has such a cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. But stop it, Lauren. When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love? Guess she's still up to her old bullshit. It appears that there are all sorts of drama that takes place outside of the courtroom. Since we judges are here day in and day out, I've only heard a few rumors, but apparently Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with a thief and became a detective. Maybe I should team up with a bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something. I love you, bro. Yo, judge game, I'd play it. Well, I barely escaped death again. Yeah, but boy, are you lucky to have Mr. Edgeworth to help us out, huh? Yeah, but because I lost the key, I got fired from my security guard job. Don't let it get you down, Maggie. You've still got me. You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm gonna pick myself up and get through this. I wonder what my next job should be. Oh, this is actually kind of fun. What the fuck, dude? How do these people keep getting fired, chat? We need a Phoenix Wright spin-off game. A spin-off game with the protagonist of the series? Yeah, that makes sense. Why not come to Cadopia for your summer vacation? We have coupons aplenty. Right now, our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. What? Although recreating that particular case has created a few small fires of its own. Then we had a few problems with the fire marshals. But next event will be great. What the fuck? And it'll be an attraction entitled Capture the Yatagarasu. There's a hope to enlist Kay's help at creating our lit. Oh my god. He's stupid, chat. He's a dumbass. That's why I figured it out. I can't believe that Mindy ditched me and went to Japan. But it's okay, because that's how I met Miharu. We're planning to go to Paris soon and start a business. We're gonna sell blue ocean dogs. They'll sell like hotcake hot dogs for sure. A blue hot dog and a blue bun? I guarantee it'll turn your tongue and your face blue. I know I'm not really the type to work a lot, or at all, really. Oh, though I noticed I really haven't seen the guy in blue suit at all recently. I wonder what's up. Well, the next time we meet, I'm gonna make him eat one of my dogs. I'd try it. Me too. Me too. I regret to inform you all that I would eat that. I would fucking eat that. I gave testimony in court today as a member of the Yatagarasu. Yo, Mr. Bad, you look well in all things considered. By the way, have you noticed that elements within the ring have begun moving? They're probably fighting over who should succeed, over who should be the next boss. Although, to be honest, I wish I forget I even heard of that smuggling ring. I took that out of context. Look, shush, shush, Sparky, shush. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get you all yet. Ah, youth. When did I become so old, I wonder? I've begun noticing the gray hairs in my beard more. I'm thinking of retiring my mirror. Also, I still stand by that statement. I was the Pink Princess and the Pink Badger all in the span of 2 days. Talk about busy. But it's alright, because I got a letter from my beloved Edgy Poo. Please take care of your hip, and when you wish to speak, first take off your headpiece. What does he mean by that last statement? It's not like I enjoy being under a headpiece every time I see him. It's been an alien, some creepy, fuzzy pink animal, and then I was the Pink Princess, a great hero of justice, references on me separating myself. It even sounds like a terrible idea. God, I cannot keep up with her. I'm trying my best, okay, chat? Skill issue. It is a skill issue. Whoop, I feel so much better now that the trial's over. And as always, your legal prowess was top-notch, sir. Did the defense lawyer do some other legal work? Make him a small claims court judge. And nothing beat the look on Mr. Alba's face when you revealed the ring's secrets. I was amazed. You're like a totally different person when you step into a courtroom. Mr. Edward is always 10 times fiercer in court. Based on the information Mr. Alba offered up, they've begun large-scale operations to clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave to Francisca and Agent Lang. So what are your plans now, Kay? Oh, well, we've taken care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. Hey, I know. Maybe I'll just keep on being Mr. Edward's assistant. Are you still gonna try to steal my job, pal? Just kidding, just kidding. I can't steal something so important to you, Gummy. Phoenix Wright Yakuza game? That's just Judgment. Just mod Phoenix Wright as the protagonist in Judgment, and there you go. That's that. Okay, yes? Even after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief? Of course! But I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagarasu. So I'm going to hold off on doing anything until I make a tight 3-person team of my own. A 3-person team? A 3-person team of young beauties the same age as me, if possible. With those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the 2 other people you need. My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, the only things I will ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away. I'm going to work extra hard to make a world where the Yatagarasu isn't needed. Let's both strive for such a future. I don't know, Awario. Guess it's time for me to get going. I see you. Okay, keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? And don't be a stranger. Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock on the window and sneak in. If you could, I'd appreciate it if you came in through the building's front door. Okay, Mr. Edgeworth, the lock on my window at home has been broken for forever. Oh, one last thing before I go. Let's take a group picture, just the three of us. Yeah, a commemorative photo. Every big case has to end with one. No. Hey, why not? Don't tell me you're a camera shy. Each around the bridge between the stories, so true. Of course not, detective. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm taking the picture now. Edgeworth's gonna look really bored calling it now. Come back here. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, sir. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Stop that. I can't be seen doing that. Okay, I'm totally taking it now. Say cheese. And thus, the long tale of the KG-8 incident came to a close. It saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. But there is a little time to rest and relax. For I am eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is I want to pursue the truth, and I want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of the law for good. As someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed. Poor Edgeworth. He wasn't bored, I was wrong. New items unlocked in the gallery. So chat, before we end the stream, do you guys want a sneak peek into the first case of the second game? As a little tease as to what we're doing after Zelda? Just the intro of the first case of the second game? We could do that. Nah, to be honest. Nah, keep it a surprise, save it? Alright, but some of you might not be there when we started. Because the beginning of my streams, a lot of people usually might be a little late. You sure? Pixel says show it now. Alright, we'll save it. We'll save it. I'll show you. I'll show you the name of it though. This is just the name. There's the first case. Episode 1, Turnabout Trigger. Turnabout Glock. Please just let us. You know you could just leave, right? Anyway, thanks everybody for coming down. So just for scheduling, we're going to be starting the new Legend of Zelda game tomorrow, Echoes of Wisdom. It came out today, but I needed to finish this first. So we're going to be playing it tomorrow and over the weekend. Once we beat that game, we're going to go into Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Ace Attorney Investigations 2 is a longer game, so I'm going to need to probably do some bonus weekend streams to get through it before the 11th of October. Once we get to the 11th of October, Metaphor ReFantazio comes out, the new Atlas RPG made by the Persona 5 devs. And I'm planning to do a streamathon for that. So what I mean by that is that for Metaphor ReFantazio, I'm going to be playing 8 to 10 hours a day, and I took the week off work. So we're going to be having early morning streams that last until the late evening, all week until we beat the game. So that's going to be a week. We're gonna beat that game in like a fucking week. Oh yeah, Wario, if you've never heard of Metaphor ReFantazio, look it up. It's made by the Persona devs, and it looks super fucking awesome. I cannot freaking wait for it. It might be my game of the year. So I'm really, really, really looking forward to it. And it comes out on the 11th. I've taken the week off work. It's Canadian Thanksgiving, and we're just gonna play that game all week. Like, I'm talking 10 hours a day until we beat it. I'm not joking when I say that. We're going to be starting at like the early hours of the day, probably around noon, and going until like 10 or 11 p.m. Eastern Standard. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy. But it won't be September anymore. It's not a subathon. It's a streamathon. There won't be any sub rewards or anything. You don't know if you'll show up in Investigations 2. Awario, I'm being for real with you right now. Investigations 1 is kind of a mid game. I really enjoyed my playthrough of it, but in terms of the grand scheme of Ace Attorney games, this is generally considered one of the weaker entries in the series. That doesn't mean it's a bad game, but it's generally considered to be a little weaker. Ace Attorney Investigations 2 is widely considered to be one of the best games in the entire Ace Attorney series. So, trust me, if you even found some enjoyment in Ace Attorney Investigations 1, Ace Attorney Investigations 2 is on a whole nother level in terms of how good it is. If that doesn't sell you on it, I don't know what will. It's a lot more well written. Its logic, I think, is better. Ace Attorney always has weird logic at times, though. But just trust me, this game is peak. This game right here is like peak Ace Attorney. Whereas Ace Attorney Investigations 1 is like... but you, I found 75 more here, but you fuck, I'm in. Trust me, the cases in the second one are fucking awesome. It's so good. There are a lot of great twists. There's a lot of great plot twists. It's just like, it's got a lot of what the fuck moments in a great way. Oh, I just can't wait because my life is in a decay. Damn, Pixel. Hope things get better for you soon. But yeah, thanks everybody for coming down. Today's stream was awesome. I'm glad it was this game ended up being a popular option. Okay, I don't know what Koba's doing right now, but we're probably gonna rate him. He's playing Wind Waker. Go say hi to him. I don't get to rate him too often, so makes perfect sense to go in. Here you go, everybody. Go watch some nerd play Zelda, the Wind Waker, and then we're gonna be playing Zelda tomorrow, so it fits. You see. Join us for Echoes of Wisdom tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to that. Echoes of Wisdom looks awesome. And we're going to be doing a super long stream of Echoes of Wisdom on Saturday, and we're aiming to beat it next week. Expect us to beat Echoes of Wisdom next week, and then the weekend after that, expect 2 super long streams on October 5th and 6th, where we just play Investigations 2 and like get like really far in it. All right, everybody, take care. Have a great night, and I hope you all to see you all tomorrow for Zelda. Yeah.
It's not